Yeah, fucking hot. Let's go. Hello, friends. This is a friendly announcement to stow your phones, no flash photography during the concert, and a brief reminder that we're going to save the blueprints chatting for the first couple minutes. No major spoilers in the first couple minutes. We have friends here who don't know the game that well. We'll get to the spoilers, don't worry. No flash photography. I'll see you in a minute. Oh, baby. Hello, beautiful people of the internet. Welcome to our Blueprints front stream. Our Blueprints front seat stream. I'm so excited for what's about to happen. Hi, friends. I gotta tell you, I love the Blueprints music. Something about a little sexy sax.
It'll be weird, but relaxing to be on the receiving end of a front seat stream this time. Good luck to all the front stream organizers, and I hope for your sake that Ryan won't go rogue after like 5 minutes and mess up the entire stream schedule. RRRRRGHHNNNN.
God dang it. I do literally have no comment. I do have something planned, but I won't. We'll get there when we get there. Cheese Blargy, thank you for the Prime sub. Churum, thanks for the 42 months. Churum was one of our organizers for both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, so he knows the pain. Welcome. I got to tell you, I love the sexy sax of Blueprints music, but it is not hype enough. That's for sure. Welcome. If you're new here, if this is your first time here on Twitch, hi Snazza, how's it going? We do a couple things on every Little Indigestion stream. One, you are legally required to tell me what is the best thing going on in your life right now. What's the best part of your last 24, 48, 72 hours? Two, we get to feed the dogs. I have 2 pups. They're here to get some treats. The treats come from the people who redeemed them. Carly, Mon, Cams, Zuma, Rosie. Thanks for the dog treats. Hi, friends. Hi, Peters. How's it going? He doesn't feed the pups when he's not streaming. It's very sad. Stop spreading lies. You're lying. You're lying to the people. In fact, they usually get lunch at like 11:45, so they're really well fed, and they get treats because then they go outside to pee, so that they won't have to pee while I'm on stream. So in fact, they get lunch, treats really quickly. So, yeah. Hi, Kinsey Beatty. How's it going? Hi, Faye North. Hello. Oh. Hero, you get an extra one because you dropped it. Good boys, good boys. How we all doing? Okay, really quickly, I have to explain to you what's happening today, and then we got to get on with it.
Longtime YouTube lurker here to representative for Blueprints.
Thank you, Jordan
Ryan,
Drake.
Thank you for all the Blueprints videos. It's been an incredible, sometimes frustrating Liland Disbliff. watch and I've enjoyed participating in spoiler chat.
Thank you. Aw, for the frustrating videos. Aw. We got back to sweet right at the end there. Thank you, Harry Talks. I appreciate that. Hi, friends. Welcome in. So here's the deal. At the end of playthroughs, blind playthroughs of games that have, big games that have a lot of puzzling, games that have a lot left to see, we like to do these streams. A front seat stream, which is where we peel the Band-Aid off of the blind part of the playthrough. However, we do that very slowly and with lots of style. By the end of today's stream, I don't think I will be blind on anything in Blueprints. And I am both sad about that and relieved, but I would say mostly sad. However, we're going to take the entire stream to get there, and we're going to do it in a very systematic way. So here is the rule. Exclamation docket. Thank you, Cams. Can we get a mod to pin that message at the top of chat? The deal is, Earth Angel, thank you so much for the Prime sub. It's not just a free-for-all, throw your spoiler comments in chat. Don't do that yet. We have a whole process. We have so much goodness planned for the next couple of hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. I don't know. I have the rest of my afternoon blocked off. People have worked very, very hard to come up with some really amazing stuff. I can't wait to show you some of it that I know about, and I can't wait to see the rest of it, which I don't know about. So, in just a couple minutes, we'll do that. In the meantime, what is the best part of your last 24, 48 hours? I'm going to quickly scroll up and see what chat says. Hi, Sam Lynn. My husband and I are on episode 40-something in your Blueprints playthrough. Oh, my goodness. You're about to learn a lot. In fact, it's up to you whether or not you want to watch, but we're going to have a lot of information that you don't know about at this point in today's stream. Mr. Mead says, how's the fam, Ryan? They're good. They're good. How are you? Hi, Auntie Kate. Went to a walk last night. Went for a walk. Was treated to an amazing sunset. Let's go. Rob the Lobster's playing some Hollow Knight. Let's go. Katilli got some shirts in the mail. Nice. I just got a contract for making an officially licensed The Hobbit escape room game. Wait, what? The Hobbit escape room officially licensed. Those are amazing words altogether. Amazing. I started learning a new language. Amazing. Hi, Educated Bubble. Hi, AJ. Welcome in. Been waiting a long time for this stream. It's Educated Bubble's birthday today. Happy birthday. This is up there for me, this wonderful game and community. I know. I've been really excited about this stream for the last couple of hours. I've been thinking about it. Mona colored her hair yesterday. Rosie started the book club book last night. Did you guys know we have a book club going on? This is How You Lose the Time War. We're talking about it this Saturday. Had an amazing bike ride to the waterfront with pastries to celebrate starting grad school. Congratulations, Lucifer. What are you studying? Personally, for me, I had a good run this morning. I have been kind of dealing with an Achilles heel injury for for years, but for months. The last couple months, I've been going to physical therapy for it and everything. And I had a good run this morning where it didn't bother me, and I'm feeling stronger and better. And it was just what the doctor ordered. Blueprint series has been going on so long that I've learned both piano and game development since then. Oh, boy. Well, cheers to that. Congratulations on your new hobbies. Lucifer is going to grad school for visual art as a painter. Amazing. Ryan, do you want to know a fun fact about Blueprints? Tony, we're keeping that stuff for the later half of the stream. I'm kidding. You're a moderator, so I trust your judgment. What's up? Cripping Madness is working on a diet. Congratulations. I want to work towards a marathon, and I'm focused. I love it. You got this. I believe in you. Okay. Thank you guys for the hype train. Earth Angel, thanks for the sub. I don't remember if I said that. Thank you guys for the support. Let's talk about the vague plan for the day. So if you're tuning in and you're like, Ryan, what is the next couple of hours going to look like? One, I don't know how many hours it will be. I don't know how long today's stream will be. But here is the vague plan. Tony says Blueprints is actually a longer series than Skyrim. My God. 8 days and 21 hours worth of content. You could start watching my Blueprints playthrough on 1.0 speed, which you should never do, and watch it for 8 straight days and then still 21 hours after that. Jesus. That's a lot of content. Okay. Here is the schedule for how today is going to work. First and foremost, I have a special guest. Second, we have a community-made thing sort of celebrating what it's been like to spend over a year in the Blueprints community, both in our Discord and just in the community. So, special guest, celebration of the community. I have a surprise for you guys, featuring a second special guest. And then we have the front seat portion of the stream, featuring some hard work for some people in the community who will get shout outs when it's time. But we'll finally tackle the what doesn't Ryan know? When we get to that section, I just want to make it very clear now, and I will say this again later. When we get to the what doesn't Ryan know section, I want the opportunity to work through these things in real time. So we're not just going to turn on the fire hose and spray and hit me with all the facts all at once. We have a curated, systematic way to try and piece together the information. I may hop into the game to try and figure out some of it myself. I may do it piecemeal like we've been doing for the last couple of months. The goal is, at the end of all of that I will have as complete an understanding of this game that I have spent the last year and multiple months trying to understand, and that just made me emotional out of nowhere. Oh my God. That's the plan. I hope that makes sense. We're going to try and get it all done in today's stream. If we don't, maybe it'll go for a second stream. I don't know. Maybe we'll just call it. Are you ready? Are you prepared? Are you buckled up? Do you have a drink? Have you peed? Have you fed your animals so that they aren't going to whine at you and need your attention later? Are you prepared? Okay. Let's do it. I'm going to start a recording right now, which we're going to use for YouTube later. So this if you hear me saying hello YouTube, that's because we're starting there. Let's do that. Hello, beautiful people of the internet. If you're watching this later on YouTube, that means that I finally posted this on YouTube. Welcome. We have people in the live stream here for the Blueprints front seat stream. I can speak. We're going to spend the next many hours getting to the bottom of what's going on with Blueprints. I've spent the last year trying to do that already, but we have even more that we need to get to. Hello to YouTube. We're going to start with a special guest. Somebody said he got Tonda Ross, the developer of the game. The special guest is not Tonda Ross, but you all better celebrate this special guest with just as much excitement and love. Let's see if we can get them on the line. I hope they don't ignore my call. It's Simon. It's Mary. It's Mary. I called Mary.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
It's my wife, Meg, our special guest for the start of today's stream. Let me explain. Hi, Meg. How's it going? How's your drive going?
It's good. It just started sprinkling, so hopefully it doesn't rain too hard.
Okay. Megan is driving for the next little bit, and I asked her if I could call her and make it have her be our special guest. Okay, so Megan, I didn't explain to you exactly what I wanted to do. I just said, hey, can I call you?
Yeah.
It's time to start the Blueprints front seat stream, and I thought there's really no person who has more insider info about the behind the scenes than you. I started playing this game in April of 2025. Chat can correct me on that if I'm wrong. April of last year. It's been over a year. I have a couple questions for you. Here's my first question for you.
Sure.
What is Blueprints about?
I don't know. It's a puzzle game. I know that it's a puzzle game.
Okay. Yeah, you're on.
I know have to solve puzzles.
You're doing great so far.
I know that there was some overarching storyline, maybe, but I don't know what it was. I know nothing about that. I know that you wore a blue shirt when you recorded it sometimes.
Uh-huh.
I know that I helped you with those one puzzles.
You did help
There
me
was something.
very clutch with one of those puzzles, with some of those puzzles.
There were some references to some underlying lore that I do not remember at all.
Yeah. Okay. Second,
That's 100% of what I got.
you did so good. You did ask me almost every single day, hey, how was your day today? And I would be like, well, I recorded more blueprints, and then I would tell you a little bit about it. I'm glad that you remembered none of it. Neither did I. I'm teasing.
Did you actually tell me more details than that?
I
feel
mean,
like-
only very vaguely. Only very vaguely.
Yeah,
Can I ask you a second question?
of course.
I started this game in April of last year.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do you think I first told you, hey, I think I'm close to being done with this game? I don't know the answer. I'm just asking you. What do you think?
Oh, God. Definitely by the end of last year.
Yeah, definitely like November is my guess. November of 2025.
Yeah. When did you start putting out? I mean, definitely by the time we did the charity stream, because
Mm-hmm.
you were like, by the time you started putting out Tears of the Kingdom, you were pretty convinced that Blueprints was going to wrap up soon.
I did. I was like, well, it'll be fine because I'll start Tears of the Kingdom. It'll wrap
like,
up.
In 2 or 3 weeks, Blueprints will be done. And then it'll be fine that I'm
Okay.
recording Tears of the Kingdom every day.
Related question. How many times do you think I've told you that I'm almost done with Blueprints?
74.
At least that many. That's got to be at least that many. Yeah,
At least that many. Yeah.
absolutely. 1000%.
Yeah. 100.
Meg, I'm here to tell you one last time. I'm pretty sure we're almost done with Blueprints.
You're almost done with Blueprints.
So here's the deal. We have today's stream, and then I do have one more thing I want to record after that. One more thing. But then I think we're actually done.
One more thing. Okay.
One more thing.
One last one more thing.
Uh-huh.
Sure, there's always one more thing.
That's what I'm learning. That's what I'm learning, Meg. That's what I'm learning.
Yeah, it seems like particularly with this game, there's always one more thing.
One of the central big memes, or I guess it's not even a meme, just like one of the central truths about this game is a character in the game asks, does it never end? And the whole community takes that up as a rallying cry and is like, does it never end?
Does it never end?
Anyways, thanks so much.
Interesting.
I love you. Drive safe. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Of course, sounds good. Have fun. I hope it goes well.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Love you.
Bye. Love
chat.
you. H is in the chat. H is in the chat for Meg, my beautiful wife, who put up with way too many of my conversations with her about Blueprints. I promise I told her a little bit more about the game than just that. Okay. Here's where we're at. Let's begin. I have a number of people to thank, but I think one of the first people to thank is Sekhmet in YouTube, Twitch, Discord. Sekhmet made an entire pitch deck, aka slide deck, called a year in the Blueprints spoiler chat kitchen. An entire slideshow that I'm going to go through. That's where we're going to start. Yeah. Luke says, September 28th. Question for anyone caught up with my Blueprints playthrough. Any very vague ideas you can give me for how much of the game I might have left? Oh, boy. Dunko Beans. Hi, dude. Thanks so much for the sub. How are you? So, if you are wanting to avoid Blueprint spoilers, yeah, it's time to get out of stream. We're going to have some major Blueprint spoilers incoming. However, I think this slideshow is mostly a representation of what it was like to be in the Blueprints community. Let's see what we find out. Spoiler warning, this is meant to be read only during the lore stream. If this falls into your grubbery streamer hands before that, close this immediately. I opened it 2 minutes before stream started, I promise. Hi, Ryan. To thank you for an amazing playthrough of Blueprints, you deserve to know about the incredible power of creation of your community and the depth of love, and maybe a little frustration, they feel for you. Here's a little sneak peek into that dark corner of your community where you're not allowed in. With love, the Discord Blueprints spoiler chat. Amazing. I have to say, we do have a whole section of the Discord where I do not go, where the viewers of certain playthroughs can go and talk about, like the hidden details that I don't know about, and I have very little idea of what's been going on over there. Occasionally, I hear whispers. I hear small little hints, but let's find out. Some key facts. 140 members of the Blueprints Council of the Blueprints Spoiler Discord. 14,000 messages since the 9th of July, 2025. There was about 1,000 messages before the dedicated thread for this group was created. Bye, Rosie. 172 episodes made only of joy. Hashtag journey before destination. I know that reference. 450 plus hours of content watched on totally normal speed. Freezer has been mentioned 177 times. In the Discord, Furnace has been mentioned 90 times. I know what that is a reference to. But listen, I still think Freezer and Furnace is an important combination. I think it's a very important combination, and we should talk about it some more. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Along the way, we've laughed, we've cried, we've banged our collective heads and used this space as a little group therapy. New community lore has been unlocked. The Overthinker, the Elusive... Oh my god, I know what this is now. Wheat and Heat. I was like, what is this art? Wheat and Heat. The Elusive Tool. The Cryptic Count. The Offending Frame. I love that these are based like cards. This is really cute. Really cute. The Offending Frame. The Fourth Looked North. He fourth looked north, by the way. Honorable mentions The Pattern with Classroom and Bacon Crest. I know what Bacon Crest is. I am a little scared that some of these things are going to go over my head, but maybe we'll get there over the course of the next many hours together. To keep their sanity, some of us use time-tested methods. Some memes. Hard to swallow pills, only a 37-minute episode today. Oh, fucking hot, let's go. Oh, boy. Original Onid, thank you so much for the follow. Or for the subscription, thank you. Need shovel, special orders magnifying glass every day. No shovel for dig build. I mean, I understand that over the next couple of hours, I'm going to take a little bit of gentle ribbing, and I want you to know that I'm okay with that. Thank you for watching so many hours of me making mistakes. Garage, Ryan, Archive, Darkroom. Oh my god, that's cute. They all got knives. Am I overthinking the wording on these rooms? No, it's the game that has got it wrong. I don't know the specific situation here, but I think I probably still have a case. I don't know. Do I have a case, or was I incorrect? Others ensured no critical offense would stay forgotten. Ryan versus a single frame versus Ryan versus turning the scepter blue. This one is the Chain Bear video that I've seen. Ryan versus turning the scepter blue. This one I have not seen. The clickable videos? Yeah, for sure. One second. What is the scepter? Oops. Ryan being so right about the scepter for 100 seconds. What does the scepter do? When you first find Royal Scepter, choose a color. Black prints are more common today. If you call it a day in a black bordered room. I guess the game is called Blueprints, not Black Prints. Maybe I should have chosen black or blue. If I'm on the right track, do I change nothing? Do I change only a small part? Do I have the wrong idea? I feel like I have to take a step back here, and how are we possibly going to do a front seat stream that covers this much time? The amount of different puzzles that I have attempted to solve, gotten the wrong idea about, gotten the correct idea about, gotten the wrong idea again, and then eventually found my way back to correct in the last year and 3 months. This is talking about the fact this is the heavy is the crown puzzle. It's actually unhinged. It's unhinged because it's a blind playthrough, but it's also unhinged because the game is way too fucking big. It's not too fucking big. It's amazing. I wish it was longer. But like, it's so big that I had to think for a second and be like, here's where we are. We're in the middle of the struggle of like, how do you solve heavy as the crown? Okay, back at it. Do I change nothing? Do I change only a small part? Do I have the wrong idea about the crown? Do I have the wrong idea about the scepter? Do I have the wrong idea about the stone? Do I have the wrong idea about the throne room? Do I have the wrong idea about etc., etc., etc.? I guess the game is take all of those words and fast forward about 40 episodes, and you have the exact same thing with the atelier. You have the exact same thing where you're like, am I an inch off? Am I a mile off? Is it this part of the puzzle or this part of the puzzle? I don't know. It's called blueprints, not black prints. So unfortunately, yes, he's sitting on a throne with the effigy and the scepter. However, we don't want to be a red prince sitting on a red throne with a red crown of rubies and a red castle made of stone. That's what we don't want. I guess the game is called blueprints, not black prints. Underlined the sky makes me a little nervous. Because it's the sky. The sky parts. The color is blue. The sky's parted and the clouds withdrew. The prince had a new favorite color, the color blue. I guess the game is called blueprints, not black prints. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree in terms of pointing us in the direction of black. Maybe blue is the key. We grab the blue crown. It's awfully damning when you put it all in an order like this and punctuate it with me saying the same thing over and over again. It's awfully damning if you put it in this context. But I want you to know that in the context of multiple hour-long videos, I was losing my fucking mind. Maybe we need to set the royal scepter to blue. I guess the game is called blueprints, not black prints. Oh, that's exciting. Now, you need to pick the color. And I'm picking black. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll give it to you on that one, Shade Bear. I'll give it to you on that one. That was pretty good. All right, we got another one. But I didn't know. I couldn't have known. Sorry, one second. Why won't you go full screen? Go full screen. Go full screen. There we go. This is the single frame. But I didn't know. I couldn't have known. Oh shit, this doesn't work. A freezer. I forgot it doesn't work. The single frame of freezer where it appeared. I do kick myself over this one a little bit. In case you're missing out, here's what's happening. For a single second, I had the ability to melt this shit. The game is called Blueprints, by the way, not Black Prints. Did you guys know that? 79 episodes in. Excellent edits. Excellent edits. Amazing. You guys are getting a view of my YouTube watch history right now, which is a lot of Tour de France and a little bit of old school RuneScape content. Okay, back at it. Back at it again. Chainbear with the multiple meme videos. Thank you, Chainbear, for those edits. Oh, there's more. Oh my God, there are more. There's two more. Yes, we see everything. Sauna near miss. Try and... Okay. Try and light the candles there on fire, but I don't think I have this. I have 12 steps. It's not gonna work. Something ain't adding up there, you know? How did I not see it? Sauna. Done. Okay, so, I mean, I think there's nothing to do. I mean, I didn't have the added effect of this spotlight. You're normally so thorough. Especially because I had so much suspicion of sauna so often about, like, this is gonna have hidden items in it, right? This is gonna have hidden. I feel like I was really thorough in sauna almost all of the time. Maybe not. I don't know. It's how it felt like it was in my brain, but maybe not.
It's not
Oh my
gonna
god,
work.
and we had metal detector the whole time. That makes it so much worse, John Bob.
Something ain't adding up there, you know?
Metal detector is still beeping. I didn't even see that. It's behind my camera. I have a fucking metal detector.
Sauna.
No.
Done.
Okay. So
I mean, I think
oh,
there's
that
nothing to
hurts.
do.
That hurts. That hurts. Oh boy. The next one is called the elusive scepter. Okay, this one is 2 minutes 24 seconds long. Ryan misses the scepter. I'm trying to think what the context is here. So here's what we're gonna do. Ryan has just lost the scepter for the first time. Okay. Oh, the plan
believes
he needs to
is
go through the whole
going-
Ares Court treasure trove outside. I remember this now. Side, draft treasure trove to make that appear outside. Don't draft observatory so that we stay with the exact same amount of constellations. Then draft. So then call it a day inside of. I don't remember how this ends up. I think I got Scepter like 2 days later in Treasure Trove or something. Treasure Trove. Solve in Ares Court. I don't remember how this ends up. There's going to be so much I don't remember over the course of today's stream, by the way, and I apologize. Can I very quickly, super quickly, I want to do a small little diversion from what's happening, which is that I was thinking earlier today about how what it feels like to play Blueprints, and this is what I've determined. This is what it feels like to play Blueprints. You start picking up pieces of information. You're like, oh, wow, my arms are getting kind of full of this information, but I see a new thing there on the ground, a piece of knowledge that I should have. And so then you like pick it up, and you're like, I can balance this all. It's fine. I can balance it all, but eventually you start picking one other item up and one thing falls. And you're like, oh, fuck, I need to get more organized. Okay, let me craft myself like a basket upon using, which if I use it, then I can actually hold all of the things and everything will fit inside of the basket. And then I just hold the basket, and that's your organization system. And even then, your basket gets so big that there's stuff at the bottom of the basket you haven't seen in like a year. Oh. There really is just no game like this in terms of like information. I was talking with somebody about this, but there's like your organization system becomes your game, you know? Super Photon, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyways, the amount of things I've forgotten, I've said this a number of times over the course of the playthrough, but the number of things that I've forgotten, the number of things I've learned in this game is only surpassed by the number of things I've forgotten. Anyways, Ryan misses the scepter. I don't remember how I miss it. But I think I need to go through the whole thing. Then at that point we have received the scepter. Let's find out. It's right there. But the screen don't. I don't remember. Not again. Oh, not again. Remember? If this says without gift nor gold nor mannered charms, Ryan. So it does not say anything about gems. I don't remember if the first time I solved the it's just looking at you on the inside of Treasure Trove, and then we're good. Call it a day inside of Treasure Trove. This puts the true treasure of the trove outside. This puts true treasure of the trove right there. Need to use one to get observatory, because I think treasure trove. This might work out really well. I'm not. So the final version of the story is amazing, which is that the scepter appears at Treasure Trove, but it appears outside, which is different than what I was expecting. So oh no. You can just change colors. This is before I even knew that you could change colors. Also, it will say, yeah, this is amazing. This is an amazing solution. I no longer have to resolve in Ares Court. So let me just go ahead and close that from. That's an understatement, Ryan. That's an understatement. You definitely do not need to resolve it every time. Oh boy. Okay. So the thing about that is, front seat question, the game then got changed, right? Because then, so everything we just talked about is kind of moot because eventually the scepter ends up on your front doorstep. So the game eventually got patched. Yeah. So the whole debacle I had was only possible because the game had not been changed to make it so that the Royal Scepter is basically a permanent unlock that you can have every single day. Ryan, is front seat only being handled by the VIPs for today? I think there may be some potential situations where I ask them something, but for now, I think there are occasional things I may need to just ask and get a quick answer to. I think for now it's fine. I don't know. I know that's confusing. All right, back to the slideshow. Good question, Tony. Okay. The spoiler chat sees everything. We also had a mission. A mission we took seriously. Okay, Blueprints, Hint Crew, question incoming. We'll discuss it. The council is zeroing in on the solution. We're working on a solution. Amazing. Amazing. This is honestly kind of a thing that has been unlike any other game I've played. The development of the Blueprints Council, like I've had some front seat questions with other games, but mostly not on YouTube. And making it a like community voted thing has been like you guys go off and discuss it and come up with the brain power to come up with solutions has been really kind of new. Maybe we took it too seriously. Here's another idea I had, for example. A hint room, a curious room that has helped guide many confused visitors to Mount Holly over the years. Guests who find themselves lost in the manor often draft this room to find hints that can put them back on the right track. That's really cute, Roadrunner. An idea for a room called the Hint Room, which can give you hints. You know your community is overcooking for you when you start getting polls on the best organization for hint crafting. Segment with a big vote. Oh my god, a roll. We can at people here. React to this message. I'm overthinking this. In the end, we all agreed on one thing. It's the diversity of the people that contributed to different hints that made them so special. I do think, and maybe this comes up in your Sekhmet's slideshow. We had a couple like I hesitate to even call them growing pains. We had a couple like when we first started the hints, there was truly I think 2 people on YouTube, one of whom was aggrieved in a completely different fashion, and so that's a different story that I won't tell right here. 2 people like get upset with the hints that were delivered to me. Via these hardworking, curious, game-loving, curiosity-loving people who are just spending all of their free time finding the way to give another person a beautiful route through a puzzle. And that pissed me off a little bit. That pissed me off a little bit, but it also I do think it like it pissed me off in a way that like I think is, how do I say this? In a way that sheds a really interesting light on things, which is that like if you care about how the outcome of something happens, hop in. Get your hands dirty. You can be a like keyboard warrior and be like, I'm unhappy with how this ended up, but you also had the opportunity to help and to get involved and to participate in the fun. Absolutely, Mona. I know, right? It's that whole terrible like the critic who is not in the arena kind of quote, but I want you all to know that I am just so thankful for your efforts. I really, really appreciate it. Not all the hints were perfect. In that way, if the hints aren't perfect, in that way they share something beautiful in common with the playthrough, which is that it was very imperfect, but I think it had its heart in the right place. Our imperfections are more interesting than being perfect anyways. You saw some of our work. Amazing. This is the things that has been presented to me. The 4 rooms hint, 4 rooms that I need to keep chasing down in the style of a letter from Herbert to me. A gentle nudge, a screenshot of new clue. The castle hint. In the style of Alzara. A poem from Mona. The draft of a prince with clarity for what you desire. Some others, unasked or too cryptic, were discarded along the way. Diligent cult members do not give unsolicited advice, but they can still have a little bit of fun. People wrote poems. 2 black rooms, 1 of death and 1 of untold riches. Tomb and treasure trove. A 3rd room that offers souvenirs to visitors of the estate. Oh man, I like that I get to see you guys' hard work here. I see a tent, a set of tents the color of noble blood. I see a king dancing with the rook. That's blue tents, castling. I see absolutely nothing when the 4th looks north. Hold up. Let me refresh my memory really quick. I have my notes in front of me by looking at the 4th look north. The 4th looked north was my incorrect reading of turn scorched sundial base, right? Front seat question, yes or no? The 4th looked north was my incorrect reading of the XYZ ABC. Yeah, okay. I'm still a little upset about that because I do think the 4th looked north sounds like a puzzle, even if it isn't. High score monkey, by the way. You mangled the puzzle and got the wrong words. I did. I absolutely did. But I really liked the wrong answer that I got. And so I was like, this is definitely something. Oh, and this is why when you write puzzles like this, it gets a little insane. Puzzles this deep get a little problematic. I see a foreman in a long time past locking away notes of great importance. I see a young boy visiting a place he has not seen very often. I see the same boy emerging from underground with new knowledge in hand. That's about the tunnel. And the puzzle that I thought was X marks the spot in the tunnel with the crates. I could tell what the clues are for, which is good, even if they got discarded. My clue would be Simon must go back to school, recall the realms and colors too. His uncle's missives will remind of rain and wisdom, truth and lies. Okay. Tells him to dingus. Ryan needs a book called An Old Clue. If you had an old clue, you'd know what to do. You solved them just fine, so stop wasting your time. Go back and remember, right back to December. All the answers you seek, you've known now for weeks. So stop overthinking. It's like you've been drinking. You forgot how to play, but don't call it a day. You'll get there eventually, maybe intentionally. If only you'd use the mountain of clues you've long since dismissed in spite of your lists. That's a work of art, Andy. Andy, that is a work of art. I like that one a lot. Community members made real freaking art. Chain bear. I'm crying. Wow, this is beautiful. The handwritten nature of this one on the left is really getting me, man. The new clue style scratched out with notations. When connecting the dots with the wind at your back, you have the right thoughts, are on the right track, but need insight on items acquired. Oh my God. Oh, I remember this. Insight on items acquired. God, this is so cool. Wow. New art for the starting screen. You're so right. Look at this one on the right. If only he found another breakthrough. Was it hidden in darkness or out in plain view? I look like Detective Von Margle. I'm going to cry. This is amazing. Perhaps even written in memos of blue. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. God, Chain Bear, thank you. This is so cool. Oh, God. That's really awesome. The scorched sundial, the blue sky. Everyone joined in the fun. Major clue that would help Ryan tremendously. We should only show him this as a last resort. This is about parlor games, isn't it? Conditional, converse, inverse, contrapositive. I think this is about parlor game. Thank you, Chain Bear, by the way. If we win the game, then coach will take us for pizza. If coach takes us for pizza, then we must have won the game. If we don't win the game, then coach won't take us for pizza. If the black box is true, and the blue box includes a statement that oh boy. You famously struggled with understanding what it meant if a statement was false. That's true. Well, I believe that to be true, but I have a record of being incorrect about what must be true and what must be false. But I believe that you are correct about what you were saying. But here's the thing, is that sometimes the boxes have two statements. And so I don't know if what you're saying is true. I think I'm going to guess one of the three boxes. We should just send Ryan Occam's razor as our next hint. The answer that requires the fewest assumptions is generally the correct one. Here's my problems with Occam's razor in this context. I mean, no, you're right. I've had this rant prepared for a while, but I do think that here's what's different about blueprints from other video games, though, right? In a different video game, you play the game. The knowledge you get in the game is often displayed in-game, in your notes or in your inventory or in your quest log or in your wherever. In blueprints, you play the game. The information you store in some other way, either in a notebook full of more pages than I have ever written for any other video game, and it's not even close. I've got like 12 pages in this notebook, maybe more than that, maybe like 16, devoted to blueprints, and it's not close. Or it's in your screenshots folder, or it's in the truly 20 Photoshop documents I made inside of my computer to try and understand this game. But it goes a step further than that. You put the knowledge into all of those documents, and then you have to organize it, and then you have to be able to recall it, and you have to be able to wade through it and find exactly what you're looking for. And all of a sudden, you aren't playing the game. You're playing a spider's web of knowledge. As you guys know all too well, because there were literally some episodes where I just opened Photoshop and played around for a little bit because that was closer to approximating the like truth behind the game than opening the actual game was. And so in a way, Occam's razor is like, no. Occam's razor would be like, the game points you to this, and so therefore you need to go do this in the game. But we're not playing in the game. We're playing in my Photoshop documents, and then in my head, and in a web of a house of cards built of both wrong and correct ideas that I've built. What does Occam's razor mean? Like, the references are things made out of ethereal material inside of my brain. It's insane. Anyways, the great Lil Zara, basic creature puzzle master. When used, write down a letter in your notebook. Completely failed to understand why. Letter A again, by the way. Oh my God. That's a throwback to the very beginning. That's one of the pages of my notebook. Let me find it. I'm going to read you one of the lines of my notebook. IECDAGGESSCH. The next line. AIGTKS circled CTHIAEA. There are 6 more lines of exactly that thing. We didn't know that the letters weren't related to the room. They were or the order you encountered them in. They were related to where they were on the fucking grid. You always went left and always got A, and it started to freak me out. S did get circled. T also got circled. Amazing. Part-time dogfish. The kitchen was boiling. What is this artwork? Slightly unrelated, but I hope this brings a smile to someone today. Ode to the bacon crust. Of the bacon crest, tantalizing and greasy, I sing. Vision it transforms to tunnels. So behind a single tree can hide the vastness of the forest. Oh, brilliant, dubious symbol, so brightly does it shine. The glaring truth does merge into the glittering of lies. Fearsome is its swirling power. Does it never end? Happily, mines tumble down and rabbit holes descend. Hail, O sizzling, unbridled emblem. Bestow on those who seek for you a puzzle without end. Oh, this is a YouTube link. Oh, shit. Okay, my bad. These are both YouTube links. That's amazing, Joe. That's amazing. I'm sorry for all the videos. Don't be. Bacon crest. That was a pretty legendary one. Of all of the misunderstandings, that was a pretty legendary one. Welcome to the next section of stream where I'm just going to be tier listing all of my misunderstandings. Bacon crest. The game is called Blueprints. IECDAGS circled. Creek and Reek was legendary. The fourth look north is pretty good. The whole couple months where I just said scorched sundial. Couple weeks. The whole time inside of the blue house where I was just like, I can come up with a good path. I can absolutely come up with a good path. Freezer Furnace is probably a good one. Freezer Furnace is the OG. Freezer Furnace is pretty good. Yeah, definitely. The trust in your own mental processing to just trust Bacon Crest is admirable. Freezer Furnace must have been 6 months. It was the one item unchecked on my to-do list for so long. All right, this one's called Ryan Alzara Prototype.
And as it was foretold, we are awakened at the sound of a dropping plea. You find yourself face to face with the great Discord spoiler chat. And I suspect you wish us to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see a man in a hat, plagued with digestive chaos. His footsteps trace far and wide, and yet he walks still in circles. Surveying a train line he thought resolved. Lighting a fire that will never be hot enough.
The furnace.
Tossing coins at a holy man, yet feeling unsatisfied.
That's probably Shrine.
I see this man lost in his thoughts.
Oh my god.
And yet, in his own thoughts, will answers be found. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Discord spoiler chat.
Oh my god.
Until some indeterminate time, we will have nothing more to say.
Chainbear, you have got to be the most creative person I have ever met. What the fuck? That was amazing. The sheer variety of things Chainbear has made in the last couple of months, from like simple video edits to like, you know, art, to this not simple edit. Can we get some hearts in chat for Chainbear and also for all of the other people who have made more stuff? But we have another Chainbear video to watch here in like 2 seconds. Can we get some hearts in chat for the sheer incredible output? Chainbear, truly amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. That was really cool. That video is the one that prompted me to make this PowerPoint. I wanted you to see all that he had made. I love the in-universe style hints. That's a great point, Galantium. So much of this is like, well, you have to put it in the world of the game. God, that's amazing. Okay, can I ask what the part of that video... I'm going to ask Chainbear specifically, if that's all right. Throwing money at a holy man. What reference is that, Chainbear? This is a question for Chainbear. For Chainbear specifically. You might resend all of these hearts after your next video? What do you mean by that?
Have you been struggling with product?
I believe it was about Shrine because you hadn't clocked that it's the coin amounts that get you this specific blessing. Yeah, that was my guess. That was my guess, but I wasn't sure. Oh, software upgrade. What am I looking at here?
Have you been struggling with products and productivity? Have you been held back in data analysis, prose and word processing by the limitations of your software?
There has to be another way.
Well, no longer. Introducing Not Photoshop. With Not Photoshop, workflow is transformed into the kind of silky smooth, lubricated dream you can tell your colleagues about. Literature, transformed. Code breaking, transformed. Data...
Hold up, let me see that one more time. No, we were never going to do it this way. I was never going to not use Photoshop for this shit. This is by far a more satisfying...
Code breaking, transformed. Data analysis, transformed. Subscribe now for the low, low price of minus £21 a month, and we'll throw in Not Microsoft Designer, Never Microsoft Designer for free.
I was just...
Welcome to the
God,
race.
I accidentally clicked on another video. I was waiting for the moment in that video where Microsoft Designer made a cameo because the minute I saw software upgrade, I was like, oh my God, this reminds me of that absolutely dog shit program that I used a couple of times in this playthrough. And every single time I used it, I was like, I'll give this a try. Maybe it's not so bad. And every single time I was like, why does this program exist? It's so bad. Photoshop might not have been the correct choice for many of those puzzles, but Designer was never the correct choice for anything. Every time you opened Microsoft Designer, it drove you mad. It made me so mad. It made me so mad. So your first examples there were... Chamber, this is amazing, by the way. Thank you so much. Your first example there was don't use Photoshop, use Word. Don't use Photoshop, use Excel. I did eventually use Excel for one puzzle, and it was a good one. Don't use Photoshop, use Excel. That's fine. And then don't use Designer. Oh my God. Amazing. Amazing. I love that you use the same one for Atelier. Absolutely hilarious. It just felt right at that point. Anyways, yeah, take all your hearts back for Chainbear. Take them all back. Chainbear. These videos are amazing. And like, I shouldn't be surprised, but I just want to keep saying it. These are amazing, amazing videos. Thank you for going through all of that effort They are so delightful. When you did go to Excel, I remember all of us collectively cheering. Okay, let's see the next page. Until at last, hint making became a well-oiled machine. Ideation. My suggestion for how to make Where Does the Archive Key Go fun. An edit of a new clue's final page. I only ever got to see the final product of these, you guys. And the final products were all amazing. But I am feeling really, really loved right now. That's the best description for... I'm feeling really cared for. That you guys would go through the time to say, here is sort of my thought for how we could make this best. Like a variant of the drafting screen. If I were hinting about the key, it would be, look where the key was found, ask who it belongs to, confirm the lock is not inside of the house. The key is not a duplicate. The hint is found in the tunnel. We could refine it. This is the refining project. Happy Ryan, our greatest reward. This is a screenshot of my face reacting to this on live on the video. Ryan, this is a testament to your community and how genuine, caring, and thoughtful they are. Exactly, exactly. A testament to what passion can do for you, right? I'm coming hot off of the presses of that, hot off the tails of that Chert's Research Notes video where we talked about how the Outer Wilds community continued to blow me away with how passionate they were about the video game. And it turns out when you're passionate about something someone else is passionate about, you form a connection, and that connection can be so meaningful and so powerful. And I'm feeling like that with Blueprints in an entirely different way, where it's just like, I'm so grateful to be the recipient of your passion, chat. A small, the game is the recipient of your passion. I'm so happy to be I'm so happy to be involved in the fallout of your passion for this game. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We thought this slide deck would take 15 minutes to go through. Whoops. Up until the very end, making sure we planned for all eventualities. How will Ryan big brain the clues? You guys voted about how I would read it incorrectly? At least 13 people believed in you, Ryan. Since we are heading towards Ryan asking for more guidance, I started a document where we can gather thoughts about this that we still want to include him in the game. Okay, I need to keep moving because this is the clue that I need to keep moving. Thank you for the best and longest Blueprints playthrough of all time. Thank you for the incredible community of creative and caring people you built. Thank you for this chance to share your experience and to create together something that is unique and ours forever. Onwards to many more years of creative blindness. I'm so emo. It's going away. The end. Doesn't never end. I'm so emo that this is all going away. But it's also kind of not. We have a couple hours left, and then we have another episode, and then we have whatever else we decide to go with from there. Other puzzle games in the future. Thank you, Sekhmet, for that amazing, amazing slideshow. I can just confirm that is the last image. Okay. I have one thing I need to do next. Ryan Timmons, thank you for the sub. I gifted a sub to Laria. That comes from Sani Susan. Thank you, Sani. I'm turning alerts off just so we can keep things moving very quickly. Thank you, Sekhmet, so much for that spreadsheet. That was truly amazing. Thank you for all the people who made art and things that were included in that. That's so cool. That's so cool. Okay. I have a surprise for you guys. I'm going to make a phone call. And I'm going to pull up a little something that I am very excited for you guys to see. Okay. Okay, now it's Tonderas. It's not Tonderas, but it's a close second. Discord phone call is ringing. Hello there.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, chat.
How's it going? Can you you mind introducing yourself to chat?
Absolutely. I am Luke SRW in chat.
Luke SRW. Hi, Luke. How's it going?
It's going very well. I think the stream is progressing in
We're
the right
getting
direction.
there slowly, or slower than people probably imagined. Are you nervous for what's about to come up?
No, I'm
Good.
surprised you haven't whipped out the tissues yet. But
Yeah.
we'll get there.
No, I've teared up a little bit. I just haven't started bawling yet, but that's because we got to keep the show on the road. Got to keep moving. Okay, you ready for the reveal?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna show it on screen right now. Chat. Luke SRW has been working hard on a project over the last many months, and I'm gonna ask him a lot more about it here in just a second. But first, I thought I would just show you guys a website called Little Indigestion's Blueprints Journal, made by Luke SRW. You guys are not prepared for what is to come. I'm trying to figure out where I should put my face. I guess I'll put it up here for now. Built with love by Luke. But then I block the fake Spindrift ad, which is amazing. So I guess I won't block that. Luke, can you give the good people of chat a very quick explanation of what they're looking at here?
Yeah, so this started, I think it was the 19th of December, 2025, when you were talking on stream about how sad you were going to be once Blueprints was over. And you were talking, if people go to the website, which I don't know if it's been linked at all, but there is quotes from you on it, if you have a bigger screen. But you were saying how the notes would take up an entire wall of your house, how you've made more notes for Blueprints than anything else. So I thought that we could document and retain your notes for posterity and for yourself and the community. So that is what I've spent way too long doing.
Way too long doing. Luke has been working on this since December. It's still not entirely done, but it is. I think we talked the other day, like 95+%, 98% done at least.
Yeah. So this has got every single episode that Ryan did in the main save. It's not covering Dare or Curse. And you can filter it, you can search it, you can find various things. So every time he did an experiment, every time he took a screenshot, which he'll eventually get to, there you go, is all captured in here.
Including amazing. This is episode 13. I started taking screenshots. This was literally with my phone, and you very generously found a way to convert all of this and put it on the website. It includes a quote from 3654, timestamped in the video. Holy shit, I don't know how far into this episode we are, but we are just drafting our second room of the day. It has what rooms we drafted, what we found. Sorry, not to interrupt you. You keep going.
No, I was going to say that one of the things that Galactinum in chat asked about over half an hour ago, they were curious how many files you've got.
Yep.
And in the end, you have 33 folders for a total of 981 files, consisting of 1.3 gigabytes of files in total.
I'm so happy you know this, because I was going to ask you during this. I was like, I saw that message and I was like, oh, we're going to get there. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Luke knows that. Okay, so how many files was that again? 981. 981 files.
Yep. Which I had to download.
You had to
every
download
single
them all. Sorry.
episode.
Yeah. And organize them, and some of those files changed over time, and many of them were Photoshop files or Excel files. Or Day 13 Let's Get Organized is one of my favorite days, because all of the sudden it is screenshot heaven. Episode 13, we're like, okay, I'm going to need all of the information at my disposal. Take screenshots.
Yeah. The other bit is if you scroll back up to the top.
Yeah.
All the way up.
Yep.
All the way up? Yeah. Is if you click on Explore Ryan's Notebook, you were alluding to this previously in your exploration of the picture puzzles. But yeah, if you click on that, this is Ryan's notes. So you can read them and explore the not quite sane ramblings of a madman.
So
he
shout
also,
out to Luke. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for my benefit, he did not consistently use the same pages over and over again. So he would skip over pages in the middle of things.
I
So there were
can't explain
gaps
to
in
you. I explained this to Luke, and I'll explain it to everyone else too. First off, as we are explaining this, can we get an absolute flood of little into hearts in chat for one of the coolest things of all time? Luke has just posted the link in chat. I will pin it because you all should visit it. What I was going to tell you is this is a resource. It's now live. You can go and explore my playthrough, explore all of my screenshots. You can explore all of my notes in my actual physical notebook. Luke has worked so hard on this. It is an amazing resource. It's such a gift. I feel so honored by this. I will quickly explain. I was coming to the end of my physical notebook with not very many pages left. And I started, for better and for worse, I had some notes, some games that started at the front of the notebook and some games that started at the end of the notebook, and Blueprints happened to be one of the games that I started at the end of the notebook. So this page 1 of my notes, is actually like almost the last page in my notebook. And then I had to skip a page because I was running out of space, and then long story short, all of the like 16 or 14 or whatever pages are here. Although I do actually need to send you another screenshot, Luke, because I have added a couple since. But those are curse mode, so maybe not actually. We'll have to talk about whether or not you want to throw those in there. This is the insane to-do list that had almost everything scratched off. I'm pretty sure on this page somewhere right here. Heat up the freezer. That's a furnace freezer for all of you. Big questions that we may still get to. This is gallery, ponder, and the million other words that I came up with that might start with P. That majestic, someone says. Still water tints blank books. The 4th looked north, aka turn scorched sundial base. It's all there. Luke, I have a couple questions for you.
Absolutely.
Okay. So can you talk about why? So I made that comment on the video about like how I was going to be sad when all of this was done. And then you created an amazing gift, which includes a place for me to look at all of my notes in perpetuity. Can you explain where the idea for a website to host it all came from?
Yes, it was a project initially that me and my partner were doing. So we played through Blueprints kind of co-op style. So I was playing and she was helping solve things with me as well. I will add, I'm not a complete idiot. And we wanted something for ourselves. We wanted exactly the same as you said. We didn't want to finish Blueprints and then never have any way of looking back on the time that we spent as a couple, the exploration that we had felt through the game. So it was we shared exactly your sentiment of, enjoying the time in the game and wanting some kind of museum showcase to do that with. Obviously, it's very different from yours. We did it day by day, but obviously episode by episode works a lot better for your content. So I reached out to you when you said that, and I was like, I might be able to do something about this. And it was a lot more work than I envisioned, but that
was my next question: is how much. I hesitate to ask this question because I think it's going to make me feel sick to my stomach. How much time do you think you've spent on this this website, this project?
I don't know. It's dozens and dozens of hours. I mean, so I watched the episodes at like 4 times speed with subtitles on. Let me try to find. How do I?
By the way, chat, it has the experiment that I did that day listed. It has the screenshots that I took. It has the items that I grabbed. If you click on Lunchbox, it shows up. I think I did that correctly. Oh, never mind. If you click on never mind. Let me figure that out. If you click on Lunchbox, what happens? Lunchbox appears in a couple episodes.
It should show the first time you picked it up.
The first time you picked it up. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, because I was focusing on blind experiences, so it's all of the firsts.
Cool.
But that does mean that, and again, it shows an insight into my sanity. I have also recorded every single time that you change the rarity of a room, for example, which was quite a lot of work. But every single time, every single wrench, every single
like workshop, I drafted for the first time on day 2. Let's see here. Conservatory. Oh my God, this is what you're talking about, where you change the conservatory workshop from unusual to commonplace. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
Yeah.
There were a few times in the Discord spoiler chat where someone would ask a question that I would know the answer to immediately, which was a bit sad. But people would say, "Oh, has Ryan ever done this?" And I could find the exact episode and
We have a
minute
source
that you
for
did
that
it.
now. Has Ryan ever done this? Yes, we
Yeah.
have a source for that. You can search it.
Yeah, unfortunately. And there were quite a few episodes where that's all you were doing is you were just going to the conservatory over and
Yeah.
over and over again. So
Because for a
there
while
are a
I
few
thought that was
episodes from there.
my whole plan for how to break the game open was just change the rarity of the rooms that I needed to draft. Absolutely.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of Discord stuff in here. So Segment
Yeah.
did a wonderful job with the slides, but there is also more stuff in here that was put in the chat, and also stuff from yourself.
Yeah, times I
Again, you said
posted
before, it's
updates
not all
about
finished.
Blueprints is blowing my mind 39 episodes in. You have no idea.
Yeah, it's also got every time that you said Scotch Sundial, I had to count them. You're welcome.
Wait, can I search that at the top? Scorched Sundial?
Yeah, you should be able to.
1 second. I'm loving the F word. I'm loving these screenshots from Discord. I haven't seen these before. This is amazing. This is Last Mohawk talking about F word. How much time do I have left? This is from September or whatever. Okay. So sorry, you were saying if I search up here, Scorched Sundial?
Yeah, I've just put Scorched. It'll find
Oh,
it.
Scorched. Okay.
Yeah, whichever.
Sundial hint. Scorched Sundial
Yeah.
40 times in this day. In this episode, there were 40 Scorched Sundials. Oh my god. Ain't no fucking way this man doesn't realize there's a bullseye on the dartboard. That's that blue memo that I misunderstood. I remember that now. Yeah. In hindsight, that makes a lot of sense. Oh my god, Chainbear, that's so cool. 3 Scorched Sundials on that day. He kept repeating it like a mantra. I just kept trying to understand it. In cross country, it's a meet, not a game. Wait, what is that in reference to? Huh. Cross country reference. I don't know. Luke, thank you so much for doing this. Did you run into any like interesting like in the creation process, did you run into any interesting like dilemmas or problems that you weren't sure how to solve? I know one of the problems you're still sort of dealing with in regards to Photoshop, but other than that, is there anything that you like a surprising hurdle that you had to tackle?
Yeah, to explain the Photoshop thing for chat, that obviously Ryan did a lot of files individually, but then for things like the Photoshop files of the rooms and things in the atelier, it was just one Photoshop file,
Yeah.
and sometimes he would record multiple at a time. So I've been having to retroactively edit what it looked like in the episode so it looks correct on the screen, which I haven't had much luck with.
Yeah.
But yeah, the main thing really was that obviously there's how many 133 is it episodes, and that there's 900 odd images. So it's just getting all of that to show properly without crashing your browser, and also hosting them somewhere and all of that. It was quite a monumental task, but
Yeah.
worth doing. As you can see,
Monumental
when
indeed.
you're scrolling around, you can see the various times where your browser does a little hitch because it's loading images in and out. There's quite a lot of trying to fix that, but yeah.
No, a lot of images to load. A lot of images to load. Yeah. My God. This is so cool for me to see because so Luke has showed me this website, but I have not actually had a chance to play around with it yet. And getting a chance to see it, I feel like I need an hour to sit down and be like, to read these quotes, to get a glimpse into the quotes. I think make the biggest difference because they give you a glimpse into where one thing I was talking about or figuring out that day. And then I feel like just getting to go through like day by day gives me such a good glimpse into where I was at in the problem solving process and what was next, you know? Like episode 131, day 250 to 257. A lot of adding stuff to Spiral of Stars, a lot of struggling over Stillwater Tense Blank books, I think. Or like Tinted Rosevine. But yeah. was really cool. How can I become Luke's friend, please? And thank you. This is the level of time and detail I am here for. Bravo. Bravo. Bravo indeed. Oh, boy.
that's
Luke,
the
is there
other-
anything I'm... Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say that's the other thing that I didn't explain to you, which is that I have a side project, so which is unrelated to you, but I have a side project for a TV show that I'm super passionate about, and
Yeah.
a lot of that trained me for doing this because
No
I'm building
way.
a very similar thing for a
Amazing.
TV show where I'll give the elevator pitch, which is,
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what your favorite TV show is, but the thing that frustrated me is that I watched a TV show that I love,
Yeah.
and the problem is that it's a confusing show. So it's a 12 Monkeys TV show for anyone who's interested.
Okay.
And the problem is, if people get confused and they Google things, you instantly get spoilers, right?
Okay.
So one of the things I've been working on is a website where you can look up questions about a show and tell it exactly where you are in the series, and you don't get any spoilers. But
It'll
to do
maintain-
that, I have to
it'll-
watch
Yeah.
all of the episodes over and over again and catalog when you learn things, which prepared me quite a lot for watching your videos at 4 times speed and cataloging various different pieces of information as you were going.
Luke, it's like you went to blind playthrough like college, university. That is 1,000% the blind playthrough way. It's like, well, you learned this piece of information at this point, which completely changed how you thought about things 2 episodes later, which completely changed how you thought about things. Like the information you have determines what information you hold on to or how you interpret things. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah,
That's so cool.
but no, other than that, it was a passion project, right? I was
Yeah.
enjoying the series so much, and what you said about, worrying about your notes really resonated.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was worth every single hour that I put into it. Absolutely.
I appreciate you so much. Is there anything you want to talk about that I haven't asked about yet, or like anything you want to point out or talk about?
I don't think so. I think we've covered
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
As we said, there'll be more things that'll be added as I
Yeah.
catch up on some of the later episodes because I've been a little bit busy with work and stuff.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no.
Plus dare
it's
mode, curse
all
mode. That's
content.
all. It's hard because it's not quite. You and I have talked about this, but it's not exactly blind in the exact same way. It's more speed running kind of mode, so it gets a little different. But
Yeah, it's a different beast. For
Yeah.
now, I've just skipped over those episodes, so it'll
which
cut
I
those
think
out
would
of this.
be okay if that ended up being the like way that this all in. The speed mode, speed running curse mode is a little. The curse mode and dare mode is a little different. Oh my god. Ugh. Luke, this is so freaking cool. Okay, the link is at the top of the chat if you want to visit this. Somebody says, Ryan, you should find a way to let people who are a little earlier in the playthrough know about this website. I think that's a good point. I do need to find a way to put it sort of front and center. I'm not sure. This is so cool. Thank you, Luke.
You're more than welcome.
Yeah. Okay. I think I need to move to the next thing, but be like me later, chat, and spend an hour combing through this and taking a look through the Blueprints journal page. And you can see all of my notes there, which I think is one of the coolest things if you want to actually look at like how Ryan misunderstood things. Well, how did I write it down? Yeah.
No, I am
thank you, Luke.
very much looking forward to the rest of the stream.
Thank
Very much.
you.
Been
I
looking forward to this
appreciate
for a
you.
while. But no. Cheers, Ryan.
Talk to you later.
Bye, chat.
Bye. Is that not the coolest fucking thing of all time? Oh my god. Speaking of websites, apparently the next thing I had to show you is also a website. This is not the only website that has been made today. Apparently, we're going to have 2 different websites and they're going to fight to the death to determine which one is the better website. I'm kidding. The next thing that I have for you is a website made by John Bob, Uncle John Bob here in Twitch chat, that is going to walk me through the things in the game that I missed or misunderstood or in some way prompts. That's my understanding, is that it's in some way going to prompt what I do or don't understand about the game. Take on the whole front seat part of this. The VIPs, am I missing anything? Like Chain Bear, Sekhmet, Mona, John Bob. Am I missing anything yet? Have we tackled everything so far? I think we're good so far, right? Spoiler stream is just show and tell of how cool the community is. I love it. No one should be this lucky. I feel so eternally grateful to be the recipient of your passion here. Thank you guys so much. This is blowing my mind. Okay, we're good. So let me get to the website from John Bob and we will go. Quick reminder, like Tony said, this is going to be a guided process. So I think we'll see how it goes when we get there. But the website, I think, is going to sort of piecemeal take me through problems rather than just slap me upside the head with the answer. So, sorry, let me actually find the link because I haven't actually clicked on it yet. It is right here. Okay, cool. So yeah, as we hop into this, be patient with me. Don't just shout answers in Twitch chat. You get to watch me try and work through it in real time. Okay. Snowflow says, I almost wish I'd had access to this. I finished my own playthrough a month ago, but I'm rubbish and I have bad eyes. So by the end, my playthrough was a collaboration between Ryan and me. He would solve something and I would then rush to find it in my own games first. Am I allowed to say that lavatory is the best room in the game? Please don't ban me, Tony. This is meant as a joke. Tony, ban them. Churum, I'm sick of your shit. And lavatory is the worst game in the room, and there's no debate about that. Unless I find out that it is not. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Let's do it. Does it never end? A website made by John Bob. I have not clicked on this before this very moment. So I'm seeing things for the first time that I'm seeing it for the first time just alongside you. This is beautifully designed, by the way. There's a little blue stroke around the outside of these letters, which makes it look really beautiful. John Bob, this is beautiful. Holy cow. John Bob says, to be clear, this is content from the whole spoiler chat. I just made the shell, the website for it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Bugs you encountered. In Throne Room, click to reveal. Before the latest patch, the Throne of the Blueprints was considered a black room with respect to rarity modifiers. This gave you a difficult time drafting it because you had selected blue as your preferred drafting color. I truly remember this. Using the scepter to get black rooms more common was not working for me. And this explains it. I think, right? Should be. I mean, treasure trove. There's a bug with treasure trove. Before the latest patch, the scepter should spawn in your inventory or in the treasure trove, depending on which color you ended in. But this was unreliable, so it was changed to spawn in the entrance hall instead. Perfect. We talked about that earlier. The kennel. The kennel digging ability does not unlock doors in the foundation as it should based on the ability text. So, foundation should always be unlocked. I think I remember calling this out during the playthrough. I was like, I should have unlocked this. I think I remember that one. Room 46 bug. The Crown of the Blueprints claims to remove red rooms from the pool. However, this is only the case for normal drafting. Effects such as the silver key and drafting from powered duct doors can still offer you the removed red rooms in some circumstances. That's interesting. Oh, bless me. Interesting. Guys, I guess the game isn't perfect. We have to return it. Do you think Steam will let me return the game after 100 and however many hours played? Let me just take a quick... Never mind. I'll look later. 1 out of 10 broken game. Trading Post. Can I think of any bugs with Trading Post? You had a hard time getting the Trading Post upgrade disc because, due to a bug, it's almost never offered after the first time you open... It's almost never offered after the first time you open the Trading Post menu on a given day. If you visit the Trading Post and open its menu before getting a rare item from the showroom, an expensive item, you have almost no chance of seeing it later. Really? I have a bone to pick with that upgrade disc anyway. I think it should be a guaranteed... Hold up, let me think. How did I decide that I wanted it to be? I thought that it should be a guaranteed trade for like Master Key Probably like any of the luxury showroom items. That was a brutal day. Yeah, exactly, Stacy. Ryan did the right thing and was not rewarded. It should you only have to upgrade it once. Just get an expensive item, take it there, get a free upgrade disc, like a 100% guaranteed upgrade disc. Why have a chance of anything there? I don't know. That's so weird. How many hours do you actually have? I don't know. In the game, let me quickly open Steam and check. I have 259 hours in the game, and plus about 80 hours in Photoshop. I'm just kidding. Cool. Okay, I'm glad we're all in agreement that that is a shitty way to give you an upgrade disc. It doesn't matter because it's a very minor thing, and we figured it out eventually. Mechanisms and secrets. Is lavatory about to be very interesting here? Very interesting here. Is lavatory about to be an actually interesting room? We have mechanisms and secrets for shelter, lavatory, workshop, secret garden, aquarium, workshop a second time, utility closet, laundry room, entrance hall. Oh my God. Vault, bedroom. Okay, let's go one by one. Shelter protects you from the negative effects of the next 3 red rooms drafted. There's a secret here. You can use radiation to unlock all doors. This is so good for me. Spoiler chat, you're cooking with this one. You're cooking with this one. I'm so happy you put this at the top of the list. This is a question I still have about how the fucking game works, and I'm very curious about this. Okay. I think this is actually on my list of questions too. How? Let's click it. To do this, trigger your laboratory experiment several times in one run. Then take a radiation measurement on the same day. So it doesn't... I have misunderstood this from the very beginning. Wow. Okay. So I think my understanding of this is laboratory raises radiation. When successfully triggered, an experiment on one day, when you trigger it, you raise radiation on that day. Meaning then you can go to shelter, take a radiation level reading for that day, and unlock every single door that you have already drafted. Front seat question. It unlocks all doors that already exist, yes or no? Or does it unlock all doors for the future too? I was misunderstanding both the cause and the effect here. All doors for future. Okay, wow. But only for that day? Like it won't affect tomorrow, right? Just today, not tomorrow, right? Front seat question? Yeah, okay. For a while there in the early game, and you guys probably know this because you watched the playthrough, I thought the idea with Shelter was that if you triggered enough experiments overall, if you like played the game long enough, experimented enough, you no longer had to worry about keys at all. Like all doors would be open forever. That is... I'm glad it's not that, because that would be less fun. Like, that it would be less... I didn't watch the playthrough. Is it worth watching? Honestly, Luke, I don't know how to answer that. It's too long. It's too long of a playthrough. I don't know if that's... Okay, I got to keep moving. Very interesting. I'm so happy to have a very easy, perfect understanding of how that works. Radiation. Trigger experiments in one day. Unlock all doors for that day. Future included. Yeah, exactly. Pigs eating sunny avocados. You want doors to be locked. You want the ability to use the different mechanics to unlock doors. It makes sense. Lavatory. The lavatory's red room drawback is that it has no items. Have I never found an item in there? If sheltered or shielded, it will have items. I kind of feel like I found an item in there, but that's probably because it was sheltered. In episode 122, you did find items in lavatory, but did not understand why. I love that you guys brought the fucking receipts. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, workshop. Workshop 1 of 2. The electromagnet has a powerful secret use, which you might glean from its description. The electromagnet is the compass plus the battery, and you are more likely to draw mechanical rooms, is what I have written down in my notes. It automatically collects coins and keys when entering a room, no matter where they are. Okay. Does that include, like, Great Hall behind a locked door? Even if they are for sale. What the fuck? That is so interesting. Does it also work with Great Hall? Front seat question, yes or no? That's amazing. You walk into Locksmith, you get all the keys. That's so cool. It does work with Great Hall. Holy shit. There's another workshop. I'm going to go down to the second workshop. There is an interaction between a contraption and the gemstone cavern. Okay, our contraptions are pick sound amplifier, burning glass, maybe, jackhammer, maybe, lucky, whatchamacallit? Lucky purse. Maybe, I kind of doubt it. Detector, shovel, dowsing rod, power hammer, or electromagnet. This is so interesting. What contraption works with Gemstone Cavern? Gemstone Cavern, the thing you unlock, which gives you 2 gemstones at the start of the day. You have to step into it by using the jackhammer. By using the jackhammer in the Gemstone Cavern, you can gain more gems and possibly destroy it forever. Clarifying question. Do you get more gems immediately or for the next day? Front seat question. Destroying it forever is so goddamn brutal. I hoped that it was immediately, because then you have this interesting risk-reward thing going on, where it's like, I am really close to finishing this day. I need 2 more gems. I can use a jackhammer there. However, if I break it, I won't get 2 gems every single day for the rest of forever. That's so interesting. And the most interesting part about it is that means someone had to try it. I wish I would have thought to try that. There's a note in the cavern saying they're only allowed to take 2 a day because it's fragile. The risk sounds not worth it? Oh, absolutely. But, okay, Secret Garden. This is amazing so far, by the way. This is the stuff of dreams. There is another way to access the Secret Garden levers. So this is talking about the levers that you get behind the brick wall. You can push the... There's 3 wheels you can spin. If you break one of them with power hammer, you can access the rotating a different way. Or you can access the levers a different way. You skipped some? No, I went back up. I skipped some and then I went back up so that I wanted to see the other workshop ones. My first immediate thought is something that I don't think is possibly true, which is that I always thought if you could get into the West Gate path, that you could probably get into the East Gate path. And if the thing on the outside of Secret Garden rotates, then on the other side of it, you could access stuff. Try drafting the garage north of the secret. Oh my fucking god! You can take. You can do that. It's just on the west path. No way. I kind of want to try that. I may write that down to try at some point. Let me write that down just to try it. I kind of want to just see what it looks like. I'm not going to do it right now because I think I need to be a little conscious of time, but garage north of secret garden. That's really interesting. That means it is reachable the entire time. It's just that you can't have access to the east path. Okay, aquarium. When you select the prism key at a door, it changes into the color of the room you are in. So the obvious next question is, what happens if you use prism key outside of aquarium, like to get out of aquarium, which is all rooms at once? Does it change to a different key? What if that is not well defined? Yeah. If you are in a multicolored room or like maid's quarters or the key will still change into the room color it will offer, and you can you can change this color by hovering over the key multiple times. So you're like about to select prism key to click it to insert it in the door. If you hover over it, is that what you're saying? If you hover over it, it changes into the color? Front seat question. But then if you like remove it, your cursor and move it back over, then it will hover a different color. Whoa. Wow. That's so cool. The secrets. Utility closet secret. The interaction between the security room and utility closet is by far the most reliable way to bypass security doors in the house unless you have the break room upgrade, and even sometimes in that case. Honestly, this I pretty much concluded during dare mode or curse mode. Or maybe speedrun mode. I don't know. In the last couple of days, I have I've never used it. I've never once used it, I think. In the last couple of weeks, though, I have been like, oh my god, utility closet is commonplace. You can just turn the power off. Like, I think I almost used it. It occurred to me in my brain in like the second to last episode that I posted. Because I was like, if we get a security door here, I'm going to need to get through it. You did it once in the very beginning and then never again. In my mind, here's my explanation, which I don't think is correct at all. But here's how I got to that place. In my mind, utility closet was a permanent upgrade, then it becomes useless. For instance, you unlock Gemstone Cavern. You access the western path via garage. Both of those things, once you have done those once, do you ever need to do them again? Not necessarily. You could use the western path to save yourself footsteps. But like, so to me, utility closet became a shit room immediately once you had done those things. Of course, it has the ability of like to prevent gymnasium or whatever from taking your footsteps or whatever it is. But like, so I just tossed it off as like an unimportant room once that happened. And then I think I literally changed the rarity. It's not commonplace in your main file. Exactly. It might even be like rare. I did, but you're exactly correct that is just a easy resource. Kind of like Tomb being the most accessible way to reach the inner sanctum. Like, that's definitely, now that I have some experience with it, that is definitely the most reliable way to reach the inner sanctum. Tomb plus pump room. But workshop to make powered hammer was so successful for me a couple times that I was like, yeah, this is definitely the best way. All right, laundry room. The Blessing of the High Roller has a useful combo with laundry room. Blessing of the High Roller is, let me go to my notes. Let me go to the Architect's Digest. Architect Volume 4? No. 3? No. 2? Sorry, I'm trying to look at tiny little... Nope. Oh, let me find the list of the different... These are dead ends, right? There it is, right there. Okay. List of the different blessings. High roller. Each time you draft a shop, gain an ivory die. Gain 10 gold. Oh. Gain 10 gold whenever you roll an ivory die. So, laundry room plus high roller. You get this, you get a die. You roll the die, it gives you coins. You then use those coins to get either, if it's unpowered, you can get either keys or gems. Use dice to gain coins. Swap coins to gems. Gems to keys. Keys to dice, repeat to infinity. No, but that's only if it's powered, right? Laundry room unpowered won't do that. Yeah, holy shit, if it's powered. If it is powered, if you want to follow along. Okay. The website to follow along is in chat right now, if you want to click on this website yourself. That makes a lot of sense. So you basically could make money throughout the entire run. You can't technically get infinity money. I know you say repeat to infinity, but the goal is like every time you roll a dice, aka anytime you draft a new room, you could just roll, watch the bankroll go up. That'd be really funny to do. Holy shit. Entrance hall. The following tip is important for success in achieving the special trophy challenges. We think it is useful to have this information, but if you wish to stay blind in this regard, do not read the following yet. Okay. So now we have an interesting question, because there's one thing in the game I haven't done yet. Day 1 trophy. Hey, John Bob, front seat question. Is this one related to Day 1 trophy? Like, does it, when you say special trophy challenges, does it apply? It does. Okay, interesting. The following tip is important for success. We think it's useful, but if you wish to stay blind... Ooh, I am tempted and I do not know. Oh boy, okay. Harry Talk says high roller was changed to 5 coins instead of 10. Evo, that would be amazing if you would do that. Thank you. Interesting. So high roller was patched down to 5 coins. I'm going to leave it there for now. Let me think about that. Bedroom. The blue memo in the aquarium says that one of the tanks contains a red herring. That means the other 4 all contain clues to secrets. The other 4 are patio. I think it's called patio. I really like trying to figure these out as we go. The other 4 are laundry room, patio, veranda, patio, whatever it's called. The one with the grill. Bedroom. And then the archive. The blue memo in the aquarium says that one of the tanks contains a red herring. That means the other 4 tanks all contain clues to secrets. So not 4 rooms, but 4 tanks. Or the other 5 tanks. Okay, so that means there's one more clue than I have effectively looked at, is basically what it means. Okay. So that means there probably is a... Tip the Tim, thank you for the follow. That means there probably is a clue related to bedroom, which is interesting. I don't see an arrow. There have been arrows on all the other ones. This one has the wardrobe, the end table, the bed. I'm going to click this. I'm very interested by this. You found dig spots in 2 of the model rooms. The filing cabinet to use those keys in a 3rd. Correct. The sculpture in the bedroom is pointing at something. It points down right here. Here, one of the 2. There's a hand that points down. There's a hand that points down like this, and on top of it, you often find dice. It's like right here. Is there a dig spot there? There's only one way to manufacture a digging opportunity in a room if there is no visible dig spot. Holy shit, a treasure map? What is the secret? I don't know how to do this. Don't reveal the next one. Get into the game. I hear you, but if I do, it's going to take me forever to do it, though. All right, buckle the fuck up, boys. Boys and girls and everybody, hello. I guess we're opening blueprints. All right, you've got me. You've absolutely scratched my... I have an itch now. I have a rash, and I'm curious. This is going to take so long. This is going to take really long. I think what we might do... Getting a treasure map. Oh, boy. How do I do that? And then I have to have the ability to redraw constantly until I get bedroom there. Guys, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it in the game. Not right now. It's got to be a different time. And here's the reason. I have to be respectful of the time that we have. I will leave this for now. I got to close the game. Okay, I'm closing the game. I've talked myself out of it. I'm not going to click the button. Instead, I'm going to sit here and wonder and worry about it forever. But I will write it down. And if I have time at the end of today's stream or in a different video, I will go there and try and find it. Treasure map in bedroom. Okay. What the fuck would it be? That's so interesting. We have 2 that we are kind of holding off on for now. I will probably end up clicking these at the end of today's stream. I'm just going to be very honest with you. Oh, we're almost on to Easter eggs and trivia. Vault. Last room with a mechanism and a mechanism and or a secret. Vault. When you use the Lee B admin key, some of the hidden log entries in the Blackbridge Grotto don't really fit the story as you know it. When you use Lee B as the admin key in Blackbridge Grotto, I agree. I think I understand what this means. There are other admin keys to find. Okay. If it's paired with Vault, my immediate guess is... God damn it. My immediate guess is passports. All right, I'll write that down. Passports and Vault. We're going to come back to this. I'm so happy that at 15 months into this game, my curiosity can absolutely be can be ignited by this game still. Passports in Vault. Okay, we'll come back to that. Let's do Easter eggs and trivia. This entire stream will be available at YouTube on some point. Yeah, most likely tomorrow. Most likely I will post the entire video tomorrow on YouTube, assuming no issues. Gallery, Easter eggs and trivia. Does it never end? Christopher Manson, who is credited with the paintings, is a real person and created these puzzles. His book Maze was a chief inspiration for blueprints. Okay. I have heard a little bit about this from a comment. I had heard about Christopher Manson is a real guy and created these puzzles. I have not looked up Maze. I don't really know anything about that. But take a quick detour. What is this? Before I click on it, what is it? You've got a new clue. You know what to do. Tiny peek. It's Maze. Okay, hold up. Oh my God. This is not really a book. I love that as the first line of a book. This is so ruminate coded. Oh my God. I'm not looking too closely because there are puzzles here, and maybe I want to play this video game someday. Is this a video game? It is a labyrinth. There are walls to go through. This way is backwards and upside down. That's just Great Hall mixed with observatory. That's courtyard. That's nothing, but that's literally drawing room. Oh my God. Okay. I'm closing it. I feel like I'm looking at the forbidden text right now. That's drawing room. The fourth looked north, by the way. Spoilers? Spoilers. Okay. What's this? When due to a glitch you leave the bounds of the map, there is a little Easter egg. One way to trigger it is to take the precipice elevator down and back up, then quickly exit and run around to the backside of it while the doors are still opening. You can activate the elevator's control panel from the back and ride the outer edge of it down a bit and then step off into the abyss. You guys want me to do this, don't you? Maze is a hard game. It looked hard. The way this is phrased is you want me to do this. Do it in the bonus video. I can't. Here's the guys. Unfortunately, I can't promise a bonus video. I can't promise a bonus video. I'm gonna keep moving. I will add it to the to-do list. We may or may not. Unfortunately, if it's on the to-do list, I can't promise that it will happen. I would like to make it happen, but it's still a maybe. Go off map. Okay. If we get time at the end of today, we will hop into these kind of things. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't promise it though. All right. Kitchen. The cat food in the kitchen depletes over time, and the water can be refilled with the watering can. No way. The water in there's a water bowl can be refilled with the watering can? Is that who is watching us in Alzara's prophecy? An upcoming patch description references the possibility that the cat will be added. We already have a gerbil, a hamster, and frankly, it's not a very exciting hamster. I would love for there to be a cat. Luke says he can't promise a bonus episode because he's already scheduled Lorelai and the Laser Eyes episode 1. Nah, joke's on you. I'm going to play... What's the most boring game that I can come up with? I'm going to play Animal Well. I'm going to play Lorelai and the Laser Eyes. I'm going to play... what are all the good puzzle games that people love? Talos Principle. What's the one about Dwarf Fortress? All right, classroom. The note in the grade 2 classroom references interference by CBE. You can find out more about this group in the History of Orindia 2nd edition. This is good. That is a... One of my questions on my list of questions written inside of my notebook is, what does CBE stand for? This is in the 2nd edition of History of Arindia. We'll go unredacted version. I don't know if this is the 2nd edition. I hear CBE and my mind fills in Children of Blackwater, which is not, that's CBW. CBE. If this information has been here the entire time, is it on the page about the Finsurrection page? The pacification of Finn? I don't see anything. Okay, I should go slower. The 2nd era includes Orinda Arch and Araja. 3rd era, construction of a vast network. This is the 1st edition. You want the 2nd edition? Oh, that's actually a lot easier. Okay, never mind. I found it. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I had my my file folder was blocking chat on my other monitor, so I didn't see you guys for 30 seconds. My bad. CBE is the Central Board of Education. It's been edited to conform to our department standard. Amazing. So the reference about the CBE in the classroom grade 2 note. The classroom grade 2 note is this one. These pages. Can I ask a question? Am I going to have an answer in this web page that you have made, John Bob, and the community has helped make? Is there going to be an answer to what Hannah was looking for? Frontseat question, yes or no. Is there going to be an answer to what textbook? This is probably the numeric core, right? I don't believe we've covered it, but you've seen the pages. It's numeric core, is my assumption. Is that right? Do we know why? Is classroom 2 the math? It is the math teacher. So theoretically, it's the math teacher. So it could just be like an educational interest in numeric cores, and the CBE is removing access to it because it is a like Arindian, or is it Eurasian? It's a non-Fin Aries like tradition of education is the numeric core stuff. Does that all sound correct? Let me find the numeric core shit real quick. I don't know where that is. It's implied to be old Arindian information. That's what I thought. Where would this information be held? This is the cryptograph letter. We found the numeric core pages somewhere. Right here. Yeah, this is the page 36 and 37. It's been ripped out. By the 3rd era, numeric core had fallen out of favor, no longer being included in proofs by quote-unquote serious arithmeticians. This concept once considered sacred. All of that, to me, rings of like, this is Arindian or Eurasian, especially if it's sacred, quote-unquote. It's like old information. It's like not seriously considered relevant anymore. But So I think the answer why she's interested in that is just that it's a math classroom. That's a boring answer. But I have literally written down what book was Pearson/Peterson looking for? Why interested in numeric cores? And the answer is she liked math. Damn. That's less red thread than I like, but sometimes the answer is pretty simple. Okay. CBE is Central Board of Education. Why is she interested? Math. That solves 2 questions that I have asked. Okay, classroom. The pictures in the grade 5 classroom spell something? Wait, what? I don't have screenshots for those, I don't think. No, I didn't take photos of them. They spell something? I'm going to just go ahead and ask. Mona's getting them? Okay, I'll wait. Library. A cultivar of the real Ilex X Misservier holly plant mentioned in the Guide to Reddington is actually called blueprints. I don't understand that very well. A cultivar. Okay, so you're saying in the real world, what is it called? Hold up. Let me Google cultivar real quick. Cultivar meaning? Is that a person who cultivates? A cultivar is a specific plant variety bred or selected by humans for desirable traits. There is a variation of this holly plant called blueprints that people actually have like bred, is what that means. Wow. That's cool. I wonder if that's where the title came from. Or the reason for holly came from, you know? Why the holly reference? Okay. Solarium. The rooms ending in arium have something else in common. This one I will open the game for, because this should be pretty quick. All I got to do is get to a directory. They have something in common. 1 second. Let me open the game. People said that solving the classroom 5 thing is very fun. Okay, Mona has given me the photos. Amazing. Let me open them in another thing. Okay, here are the photos. Crown and Crow is in. Boat and Bat is at O, so in O. Stage and Sage is T, so it says not. Mona's looking for the other half. So the first one says not. The second one is Mona's still grabbing right now. Okay, excellent. While Mona does that, thank you, Mona. While Mona does that, first off, can we get some little into hearts for all the people who have worked really hard to organize all of this? The people that I'm aware of: Chain Bear, John Bob, Luke SRW, Mona, Sekhmet. There are many, also Tony, who is our mod to help coordinate all of this. Also, I'm sure there were millions others in the spoiler chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Is the front seat nice and warm, chat? I'm back from my meeting. It's nice and warm, Carly. Nice and warm. Okay, let's continue. In rooms that end in arium. Planetarium, solarium. Rooms that end in arium. I just want to look at the Mechanarium. Mechanarium is the other one. I don't know how many there are total, but there's at least those 3. They have something in common. Aquarium. Shit. that has something in common with solarium? What does it have in common with solarium? Aquarium and solarium have something in common. Quaint floral sitting room surrounded entirely by tinted glass planes. What does that have to do with mechanarium and planetarium? The shape is different for all of them. Is the shape different for all of them? We have like circle. We have square. I don't know what the fuck you would call this. We have this shape is weird. That's the technical term. Is it is a weird shape? I'm missing one. I'm missing one, right? Do. And solarium is like an octagon? The rooms ending in arium have something else in common. They all have... Mechanarium is so weird compared to the other ones. Mechanarium is so like plain, simple. What is the thing they have in common? They each contain a hidden letter? They all rooms. They each have at least one color. They have the same last five letters. It's true. You could also try the off the map thing. It's right there. Nemo, I'm gonna make decisions about what we do and don't do just based on how I'm feeling and trying to get through everything that people worked really hard to prepare. I know you would like to see that. Trust me, I would like to see it too. I'm just gonna try and do the best with what I have, which is a certain amount of time and a certain amount of energy. I may get to it, I may not. I promise you, it's on my mind. I'm not going to do it right this second, though. Has a hidden letter. I'm assuming it means inside of the room there is a hidden letter. That's very interesting. Uh-oh, I think it might be thundering at our house. All right, fuck it, let's do it. All right, I'll try my best. I have to run around the back. I need to go down. Then back up. So the 4 rooms that end in arium: aquarium, mechanarium, solarium, and whatever the other one was. 1 second. Let me try this real quick. We're going to run out of this as fast as we can and see if we can do it. I think I did it. Oh, brother. Unfortunately, you tripped and must now fall it a day. Is this the Easter egg? Unfortunately, you tripped and must now fall it a day. You have pushed yourself off the very edge of exhaustion and appeared to have fainted. The next morning, you will awaken your tent with only a blurry, lingering memory of a dream you were having, a dream in which you were falling. That's so funny. That's great. Fall it a day. That's really cute. Abandoned project. Sure. I guess we'll save that day. That's fun. I did that in a different circumstance. This game is so silly. It has such silly energy in the end. It has such serious energy too. I don't know if this is what appealed to you about. I don't know if this is what appealed about it to you. But I do think one of the things that really originally sort of appealed to me about this game, or maybe not originally, but like very quickly appealed to me about this game, similar to Outer Wilds in a different way, is that there is this like very serious question and the fate of a family hanging over your head. Playing the game most of the time, you're not concerning yourself with that fate. You're concerned about other things. You're solving a small puzzle or doing something else, but you're spending time being silly. But in the rest of the time, you are like, but the thing is always kind of hanging over your head. I don't know. How am I going to document that? Luke says. I don't know. I'm sure you'll find a way. There's Planetarium. All right, let's look for a secret letter in Planetarium. Is it on the floor? Kind of figured it would be in the stars, but... Okay. I don't see it. I'm gonna ask some front seat questions. What's the where is the secret letter located inside of this room? Base of projector? It's an E. The base of the projector is missing this little hard part. Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, E for planetarium. Let's see if we can find the other ones. Do you guys want to change some rarities real quick? There's furnace over there. What if we got furnace and freezer at the same time? That'd be really cool. I don't know how likely it is that I'm going to find the other ones. That's insanely subtle. Who's surprised? I don't know that this is going to work. I don't have any gems. I also didn't grab my allowance. I probably should just do this by just asking what the letters are, but I kind of want to get a chance to try and find them. We need mechanarium, solarium, and observatorium. Exactly. We need mechanarium, solarium, and I literally always forget the fourth one the minute I'm not looking at it. And I should have taken wine cellar. Aquarium. That's a bad room. Draw. Shit. Throne of the Blueprints area. Okay. I think Mona is still looking for that second photo of the Classroom 5 stuff. Otherwise, I may try and, as I'm doing this, we're gonna try and make the most of our time here, right? Unused clues. Oh. What? 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 That is so long. Okay. Let's use some unused clues for lost and found. There's a note in the lost and found that reads clue equals 3 to assist with solving the family core. Don't worry, this is all just reading. I know, but there can't be that much information that I haven't found in the game, John Bob. I don't want to tell you how to do your job here. Spoiler chat. But I'm pretty sure after over a year that I've seen everything there is to see in this game. So when I see a long text like this, I start to think, do you guys really know what you're talking about? Oh boy. All right. Luke's website came in clutch for that. Actually, there was nothing online, so I had to screenshot from your own playthrough. Oh my god. Okay, I see it. All right. So we had not, then we had clock and lock, C. Plane and pane, L. Hose and house, U. Cla. Stage and not clue. Does it say not clue? You solve it all, and in the solving, the game says this is not a clue. This is not a pipe. Not clue. Oh, thanks guys. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Tonda Ross. Oh. That tickles me a little bit. That's funny. You have to admit. Not clue. Does it never end? Okay, can we get other ariums? As we get other ariums, let me keep reading. There's aquarium. We'll take that. So, the... Explain to me quickly how clue equals 3 assists with solving the family core. I'm blanking here on what that means. Clue equals 3 is helpful in solving the numeric core? Not this. The numeric core of clue is 3. I thought the letter 3 was the clue, and I was like, how exactly does the letter 3 pull up Microsoft Designer real quick? How exactly does the... Remember this page, by the way? Remember all this fun? This was like hours. This was hours. The number 3, by the way, not the letter 3. Clue equals 3. That makes a lot more sense. The 4-letter word of clue equals 3 in terms of its... Okay, there's a hidden letter in this room somewhere. That makes a lot more sense. Cool. Thank you, chat. I found clue equals 3 and I had no idea what it was about. I needed you guys to explain it to me after I knew what it was about. There's a hidden letter in here somewhere. Is that fish dead? No, that fish is fine. mean, these vents right here are a shape, that's for sure. Could it be the door itself? Could it be on the floor somewhere? Could it be in one of these? Okay. Front seat question. Where should I look inside of this room to find the letter? Remember when you resized a Photoshop document to 10,000 pixels by 10,000 pixels while doing that, making a single file 138? He's looking for a hidden letter he's already found? Oh, just X? Front seat question X? Okay, excellent. So we have E, we have X. That makes sense. It's not in here right now because the water isn't drained. Cool, good to know. Thank you, chat. All right, while we go, let's do this. Security. The glossary entry for puzzle contains a hint. The glossary entry for puzzle contains a hint for the gallery. Really? Would somebody be willing to find out what that entry says and post it in chat? I'm trying to do something else at the same time. If someone would be able to find that and post it in chat, I could try and... Mona says this was my contribution? Hell yeah. Mechanarium's blue. The other one we're missing is Solarium, which is green. Let's go green. See what happens. Although I think this is a dead end. I can't really redraw either. Puzzle. Rooms 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all puzzle rooms. Which is interesting because that's the same number of letters found in the gallery. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Which are the same number of letters found in the gallery. Very curious. Oh, I can just... Interesting. That's very interesting. Just a little breadcrumb. We didn't get it. Okay, we'll call it a day. We didn't get it. We need Solarium still and Mechanarium, which I hate as a room. Tomb. The manuscript of a new clue has indicators on the cuckoo clocks that are a hint for the Ares court puzzle. You're saying read the actual instructions on rooms 5, 6, 7, and 8? Okay. Got it. I can do that. Then I need to look at a new clue, the cuckoo clock. I think I know the exact drawing you're thinking about because, or you're talking about there, because I was freaking obsessed with it. Is this the rough draft version or the normal version? Does it matter? Probably the rough draft version, right? So this is a clue for in Ares court. In Ares court meaning How? Wait, what part of that is a clue for that? In Ares Court, meaning, let me pull it up real quick. For the actual puzzle on the on the tomb? There's this reference to the sacred hour. Approach with empty arms, without gifts nor gold nor mannered charms. The Southern Cross in the sky. It's the puzzle on the actual tomb. That makes sense. Setting the time and then clockwise. Hilariously, I don't think I actually have... That makes sense, but I don't have a screenshot of it, so I'm struggling to imagine it exactly. But... the actual thing that pops up on the tomb. Okay. Parlor. Luke has a YouTube video. Oh my god, do you have the exact... Oh my god, Luke. How do you do this? Luke, how do you do this? Luke has the exact timestamp? Someone made a website that makes it so easy? It's... Oh my god. Bro is the librarian? Oh. Luke is the archivist for the archival game. Yeah, I am. You can press button. Okay. What is the correct solution to this again? That's the thing that I'm struggling to remember. Tor lore. Oh my god. Oh my god, the map. How long of a game this is. This is episode number 107. This is only 60-something episodes ago. Six add 6 Tor lore et. Yeah. Oh my Lanta. Okay. Back to the thing. Okay, back to the puzzle. Okay. Wow. So the cuckoo clock, that is what that's referencing. And to bring this all the way back to square one. That is what cuckoo 2 right here is referencing. I thought there was despite the fact that these look like a puzzle of their own, they are in fact referencing another puzzle and attempting to give you clues to them, which is not what I was picking up. Okay. We have descriptions for rooms 5, 6, 7, and 8 give you clues for each painting in gallery. This cozy lounge furnished with couches and armchairs serves as the perfect social setting for receptions and after parties. Consequently, this was one of the most popular rooms for entertaining. The late H.S. Sinclair was known to supply a myriad of parlor games to encourage his guests to think and conversate. So it says think. When you say it has the answer, you mean the word is included in the thing? A dimly lit staff break room, equipped with a comfortable lounge area, a coffee snack station, and a collection of billiard games for the staff to ponder over. Small chamber dedicated to the exhibition of art. I think I found in this room, I think I found in this description, the realize. That's the only part of it that I saw, is that realize is right here. Room 8 does include ruminate. Maybe I saw that one too. But I definitely didn't see that in room 5 and 6. That's very interesting. Huh. The game said, I will use the language of this game. I will use the language of this puzzle in the game so that you are at the very least familiar with how ruminate could be used in a sentence. Okay. We are still looking for Solarium and Mechanarium, and I may never find them. It's true. Maybe I will. I'm not sure. In the meantime, garage. The monk can be found in the garage when placed outdoors and opened. Does that mean, front seat question, if you put garage outdoors and power it using utility closet, you can walk out the garage door and see the shrine monk right behind it? The monk with the scepter poem. Heavy as the crown. Wow. Same effect as the antechamber in that way. Wow. Why? That's so weird. I mean, why? I think you thought about this in your playthrough, but forgot that you can power garage through utility closet, so you dismissed it. Okay, but hear me out here. Antechamber feels like, to me, a much more satisfying answer to get the shrine. So why not make that the only answer? Does what I'm asking make sense? Sometimes, like, I'm not complaining that it works, but I am a little bit like curious why, as a creator of a puzzle like this, you would do it. Some subset of people maybe would accidentally find it that way, but if they accidentally find it that way, then they are robbed of the joy of doing the antechamber thing, which makes sense, right? Do it for funsies, to reward experimentation. This is true. This is true. Some things are just mysterious for their own sake. That's true. It's just interesting that it's like, to me, I saw this and my gut instinct is almost like, oh, but antechamber makes more sense. But I think you'd have to be pretty hard pressed to put garage outside and power it and then find it. So I guess in that case, if you are going to be leaping over hurdles, giving you a little reward at the same thing, or a little reward because you did, would not be a bad thing. Gallery. The gallery in the rough draft contains 4 solution words related to the 4 paths you travel in the house. Every time I read one of these, I have to think, what? The gallery in the rough draft. Oh, in the atelier. Okay. Contains 4 solution words related to the 4 paths you travel in the house. Okay. How would you solve the edge case of players powering outside garage then? Just put up a blank wall. Put up a concrete wall. Plenty of other things outside, like vestibule. I believe if you put vestibule outside, what am I remembering? You just block it off like vestibule, right? You boring guy? I mean, I'm not Thunder Ross, so I am a boring guy, but everything else just has a cave-in graphic. Yeah. There's plenty of other ways to like try and open up to open a door out there. Gallery and rough draft. Does this mean I need to go get blessing of the thing? And is that worth trying to chase down? I'm already trying to chase down something else. You could just tell me. Do you guys want to just tell me what the words are? I think that probably would be best. Not worth it, in my opinion. Not worth chasing down. Go ahead and front seat me. What are those words? The 4 words. It should be in your notes, in your Photoshop. In my photo, so you guys are talking about my Photoshop of the blue house, right? Like of the rough draft itself will have all of this stuff in it. Okay, let me figure it out. 1 second. Some of you guys have a better understanding of my notes than I have, which is pretty funny. I'm looking for Solarium and Mechanarium at the same time. Done. Oh boy, that's the wrong document. Shit. Oh, you're good. You're good, Chainbear. Okay, honestly, Chainbear, I'm okay with this. Chainbear said it's anagrams of the letters you pass through on the 4 colored paths. So gallery, okay. So gallery in the house. That's not the right document. Where the fuck is my... Hold up. I'm trying to find the right document. The right Photoshop document. It's because it's in the atelier. I had it in an entire different thing. That's where it is. Okay. Whew. Stop calling me out as a loser for knowing your files better than you. So it is... Oh boy. It's anagrams for the 4 different paths. Instructions, not directions. I just want to tell you guys right now that opening this Photoshop document actually caused me a little bit of mental pain. This was my life for like a month. It honestly cost me this Photoshop file cost me a little bit of my sanity. There's going to be a couple years at the end of my life when I could have been a little bit more sane, and I won't have it because I spent it on this fucking Photoshop document. And I loved it, so don't get me wrong. I'm not mad. But so you're talking, take one of these paths. I have a recommendation for you. Do the rooms you cross through MPTYE? Maybe? Is that what this means? There's so many paths. There's so many paths, dude. Empty. That means empty. That word was empty. EMPTY is empty. Purple is LEFOSNE. That's a lot. Am I barking up the correct tree here? Chat, I just need a little bit of gentle encouragement that I'm on the right track here. F. It includes F. FL. FLE. Keep barking. Okay. FLE. LEOS. There's 2 E's. There's an N. Where is the F going to go? This is the long one. Let's go to a different color. Orange is MORTHE. I believe. So probably T and H are being used together. Yeah, Morth, exactly. Morth, M-O-R-T-H-E. Rhythm, if you spell it terribly. Where do you put the... Thermo? Thermo. The fourth looked morth. I think he's tired, guys. I am tired. It's thermo. The answer is... What was the first one? I've already forgotten. E. This was empty. This one is... So it's probably a synonym for empty. I give up. What's the answer? Front seat. Mary? What? Mother. I was hinting, not answering. Mother. Not a synonym for empty. Okay, so that one is mother, and then this one is the long one. This has L-E-F-O. It's Leafeon. It's got two E's. L-E-E. Let me just type all this out. L-E-E-F-O-S-N. Swan song. Just kidding. Worth doing with the true path as well. I think this is the one that somebody actually told me in YouTube comments, unfortunately. This is the one that I figured out via... I was told via YouTube comments. It is very cool that this says Swan Song. That one I was told. I saw in a YouTube comment. It's very cool. Very cool. So what's this one? L-E-E-F, I got you, Churum. No feels. Okay, what's the front seat question? What's the answer to Leafson? This one, the purple path. We have empty, we have mother, we have, which was orange. Purple is oneself. What? Wait. So what are these saying? Related to the 4 paths you travel in the house? Are they related to the color? Is that what it means? Why is oneself purple? Why is mother orange? Empty being red. I mean, it is a... Does the question I'm asking make sense? Guys, I don't think Lady Orave was like, okay. They fit the blanks in the gallery. I understand. Okay, so the answer is mostly... There's a theory, but there is a mostly... They tend to fall in... How do I phrase this? The answer is that they fall neatly into another thing, which is that they are the words inside of the gallery. So there is a coincidence there. There is theory about what they might mean. It's a cool theory, and it works. My question is going to be if John Bob covers it in this website, and if not, you can... If John Bob says it's not covered in the website, then I will absolutely let you go ahead and tell me. There's a bunch of stuff around the edges of blueprints that doesn't have clear answers. Yeah, I mean, that's the big sort of thing that I realized from the Eurasian letter, which I love. Can we talk about how cool it is that the game is, like, slightly unsolved? That there's stuff that doesn't make sense? Each of the 3 false paths only goes through rooms whose Morajai boxes contains cores of that color. Okay. Likewise, the true path only goes through rooms whose Morajai boxes contain Mount Holly cores. Okay. Instructions, not directions. In Irasian, small gate would be spelled ma-yate. May 8th. May 8. May 8. Which is the solution to one of the safe 8. The 8 safes, yes. Small gates. May 8 is the drawing room, right? Is that right? Do I have that wrong? Probably I have it wrong. Yep, I have it wrong. May 8 is the basement room. The rotating room. May 8. Small gate. The blackmail room. Yeah. The blackmail. Hi, Stacy. Okay. I am going to keep reading this stuff because this is all very interesting to me. Mount Holly gift shop. We could also try and find Solarium and Mechanarium, but I'm also just loving reading these things. Blue Tent's memos that you missed. I did miss some. Eventually we found one because we just very recently found one, right? Or we were told about one for the Irasian letter. Spare room. There are 12 different potential spare room upgrades. These are the names of the memos. Okay. The spare room blue tint memo says there are 12 different potential spare room upgrades. Somebody pointed this out in a YouTube comment recently that when I looked at the veranda, the spare veranda, I was very confused because I did not remember the fact that I had upgraded spare room to spare green room and then to spare veranda. And so it gets upgraded twice, and because of that, there are 12 potential upgrades. Pretty cool. And also just hilarious to me that I forgot that I upgraded it. Chamber says, I don't know if you ever saw it upgraded. So I probably never wandered into the actual room. There are some dope upgrades. I would be very curious to see what those are. Can I tell you guys that here's what happened inside of my brain when I walked inside of spare veranda the other day. I walked inside of spare veranda, looked at it, had a sensation in my body, which was like, this feels utterly new to me. And then had a separate sensation in my brain, which was like, Ryan, nothing can be new to you. You've played the game for 250 hours. You've been obsessed with this game. This has been your red thread corkboard on your brain for the last year and 3 months. There can't be something new. And so I sat there and I was like, I'm having a sensation and a sensation, and they are not agreeing with each other, and I don't know what to trust. I felt like the ground was falling out from beneath me because I was like, I don't know what's real anymore. I've been in this room, I think. I've certainly been in spare green room a bunch, but this also looks completely new to me. It was actually new to me. It just, I didn't remember how. Ryan, I feel like you would have loved the spare hallway options. Spare room is such a cool concept. Very, very, very cool. Spare master bedroom, spare ladies' chambers. Okay, I'm going to keep clicking, but I'm very interested to find out what these are and how they do it. How they work. But I'm going to keep clicking. One of the parlor room upgrades would have blown your mind. Chamber of Mirrors. If an item would be spread into the Chamber of Mirrors, 4 of those items are spread instead. I forgot that I never put Chamber of Mirrors in rank A and solved it because fuck that room. Can we all agree Chamber of Mirrors is one of the most frustrating rooms of all time? Second grade classroom. The figure of 8 in its symbolic guise as infinity, has long served as a vessel of both death and the unfathomable. I missed a lot of Blue Tent's memos, maybe. The unfathomable. I love mirrors. I love mirrors. It's only sucky if you don't know how it works. I think I know how it works. I think it sucks. Ryan, can I tell you something about Chamber of Mirrors? Only if it is not included in John Bob's website. John Bob's website is our Bible right now, you guys. If it's included in the website, I'm doing it in the website. If it's not, then maybe. Spare room images are in Discord? Okay. Beautiful. 3rd grade classroom. The scientific foundation of architectural drafting. Each of the classrooms has their own memo. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. The amount of work that would have taken. The scientific foundation of architectural drafting, combining advanced principles of spatial suspension and temporal anchoring, was developed and refined at the Feria's High Institute of Carrarica at the beginning of their realm's 15th era. That's pure lore. It does not tell me how to do anything. It is pure lore. I like that. I like that a lot. Jonathan has given me... Oh my god, Jonathan, my hero. Jonathan, every spare room upgrade. Spare bedroom becomes spare servants' quarters. +1 key. Oh god. +1 key for each bedroom in your house. Her ladyship's spare room. The next time you enter boudoir, gain 10 footsteps. The next time you enter walk-in closet, gain 3 gems. Walk-in closet becomes very valuable. It also gives you 4 other items if drafted next to a bedroom. Boudoir becomes upgradable itself, plus you gain 10 footsteps, plus you get a gem. That's really good. Spare master bedroom. +1 for each room in your house. Pretty great. Depending on how late you draft it. Green rooms. Veranda, which is what we have. Greater chance of finding items in green rooms. Spare terrace. Green rooms do not cost gems to draft. Would have been very helpful early on, to be honest with you. Or in certain circumstances like... I don't know. Could have been very helpful. Spare patio, spread gems in each green room. Spare foyer, hallway doors are always unlocked. Basically guarantees you one of the antechamber. If you get spare foyer and you get Great Hall to be common, you get an antechamber lever every single time, plus some extra items. That's great. Plus a really helpful 4 junction room. Spare secret passage leads to... Oh my god, it's a second secret passage. Leads to a room of a color of your choice. I would like to see that room in person. I would like to go in there. Spare Great Hall. 7 locked doors. How does that work? How does spare Great Hall work? What do the other locked doors do? Front seat question. Spare Great Hall is a trap. No extra doors. No antechamber lever. But it does have resources. Okay. Not bad. Spare hall, spare green room, spare bedroom. Okay. That's a great question, Chimera. If you monk the spare secret passage, can you get the atelier? My guess is no. But maybe. I don't know. It'd be... I wouldn't have guessed that you could get to the Heavy as the Crown page via powering garage outdoors. The sentence I just said makes no sense if you don't love this game with everything in your heart, and that's... Or if you don't know it all that well, which is insane to me. Okay. We're going. We're still going. We're still going. Thank you for that, John Bob. I appreciate that. That's very interesting. 4th grade classroom. Of the 3 major expeditions to the South Key, only 1 party returned. Their cartographers among them conducted a cautious survey of the coastline, but refrained from making landfall. Okay. A cartography, like exploring the actual world of blueprints. Mona says the Chamber of Mirrors is very easily solved with just the front and back door if you can't get the items on the bottom floor, but you can't get the items on the bottom floor, but you can get easy access to the top cabinets and extra floor plans. I take issue with your comment in one way, Mona, which is that you say that the Chamber of Mirrors is very easily solved. But hear me out. What if you don't have any interest in solving it? After you've solved it once, what if you no longer ever want to see that room again? So help me God. Because you also don't, frankly, want to deal with the consequences of drafting it again, which includes a second copy of every single fucking room in your fucking... I'm teasing, of course. That is an in-jest comment. Basically, the minute I've... Chamber of Mirrors and Utility Closet. Whether it is correct or not, the minute I solved them once, I was like, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to see you again. I solved it by mistake by entering the back before any other door. Really? It's wild lore that the South Pole in this world has never been explored or even recorded landfall. Recorded landfall is a great point. I think the first two expeditions put their foot on the South Key. They just never put their foot anywhere else again. Because they died. All right, the 5th grade classroom. The illustrations in The Red Prince and Swimbird were made by Marion Marigold herself. Mary is on the South Key. No spoilers. Will this be on YouTube? Yes, it will. Absolutely. Probably tomorrow. The 3rd king of Arindia was the last in the line of Oris. The 3rd king of Arindia was the last in the line of Oris. The 3 advanced operations in modern mathematics are squaring, inversion, and rounding. Final exam classroom. The answer of the exam's final question is equal to its number. That's so funny that the blue memo for the final classroom is the answer to the final question in the thing. Boy, howdy. How are we doing, guys? We're still cooking. We're still cranking. We have a lot more information yet to find, which I'm very excited for. Corrections for misconceptions. Fun stuff to do at the end. How are you guys doing? Do you need to pee? How are you feeling? I'm doing my best to get through it all. Shout out again to John Bob for putting this all together and for Spoiler Chat for working very hard to put it all together. Really quick pause before I read this next thing to give a shout out to some people. The YouTube mods would like to thank the community for helping keep this playthrough blind for over a year, for 15 months. They would like to thank them. And also, I would like to thank them. Shout out to Churum, one of our YouTube moderators, who gave me a list of all of the people who helped point out comments that needed deleted on YouTube so that I could still play the game blind. So thanks to the YouTube moderators themselves, hearts in the chat if you've got them. And also thanks to the people who helped delete over like 124 comments from YouTube. Ann, Chainbear, Chammy, Dan, Demi, Ear, Jimbo, John Bob, Josie, Luke SRW, Malta, Lexus, Mona, Mountain Life Vibe, Pickman, Rachy Girl, Roadrunner, Runesnips, Sekhmet, Shadowlink, Tristan B, and Zuma. Thank you guys. You have my appreciation. I don't get to play these games blind without your massive help, so thank you. All right, let's see what's next. The staff announcements continue for a long time. No way! That makes me so happy. Oh my God, they continue. I just assumed they didn't because at some point I feel like Tonda Ross was like, you have to do it yourself. I can lead you to water, but I can't make you do it. Day 365. I love your use of font here, John Bob. This is really cute. As it's now been exactly 1 year since the death of the former Baron, we wanted to check in and see if there is any update on when you might want the staff to return to work. There is no rush for me personally, but I know a few of the staff are anxious to return. Yeah, they've been anxious for 345 days. One of them posted so immediately, being like, can I come back to work next week? Guys, I'm not even close to done. Okay. Day 421. Wishing you a happy and prosperous 1995 from all of us at Cinca. Kimberly Thompson. It's now 2 calendar years later than when you started this. That staff member was asking if she could go on holiday. She did. And I hope she went on a long holiday. Day 448. Simon, it's your birthday again. As has become tradition, I've left you a cupcake in the kitchen. Just a little something from the staff to celebrate you turning 15. And Babbage. Day 786. 1996. Another year in the books. Where did the time go? Happy New Year, Simon. Has anyone played 786 days in this game? Probably, but like... somebody should be doing a welfare check on me. Somebody should be doing a welfare check on Simon, and somebody should be doing a welfare check on whoever has played the game for 786 days on one file. 813. January 28th again? Happy birthday, Simon. I left you a cupcake in the kitchen. It is these neat little things that make this house feel so alive. Christmas in the parlor, cupcake on your birthday in the kitchen. That's so neat. You're correct that Anne canonically comes to check on you every morning. I know, but I never get to see her. I wish she said hi. Day 1151. Happy New Year. The entire staff is celebrating here in Trinsdale, which is great since many of us haven't seen each other in years. What a passive-aggressive... It's not really, but... all of the staff is here because we certainly aren't inside of the house because somebody hasn't goddamn called us back. Day 1179. It's your birthday. You're almost 18 at this point. I think you're literally 17, right? 17. Happy New Year, Simon. May 1998 bring you success in whatever it is you are doing up there on the estate. Shout out to Kimberly and Anne who keep checking on me. Well, it's official. You're now finally an adult, 18 years old and free to make all your own decisions. Even if we're being honest, you managed to spend the latter half of your childhood unsupervised. So the freedom is likely familiar. That's so funny. Simon turned 16 and was like, you're telling me I can have this entire house to myself as long as I just never call you guys back? Hey, high school friends. I don't go to high school canonically. Come on over, party at the Mount Holly Estate next weekend, and the weekend after that, and the weekend after that. Party in the blue tents. It's 1999. It's a Y2K joke. This is amazing. Amazing. As the sun rises on another new year as 1999 begins, it occurred to me that we may have some potential issues in a year when the calendar rolls over to 2000. I'm not 100% sure that the network is going to be able to read our data storage format correctly. Either way, ignore the issue for now. Okay, Evo, so Y2K was? Raise your hand if you don't know what Y2K was. Evo. Day 2215. I'm starting to get anxious about the new year approaching, as we're avoiding addressing the year 2000 problem with our data storage format. I'm going to dedicate some extra days of work to the issue. Hopefully I'll have it solved before the new year. You would think at some point in here, there would be a message which is like, Simon, figure out how to use a keyboard and write us back. Day 2246. Coding preparations are done. I think we're as ready for the big digit rollover as we'll ever be. However, if communications on here cease, you'll know the reason. Happy 2000. Canonically, Y2K happened in the land of Finn Ares, and I am so happy to have learned that. Okay, we have some misconceptions that are being corrected. I disagree that I have misconceived of anything in this game, but Sherm says, I think there's also a message where it says Randolph Moore retired because it's been too long. Is that true? All right, misconceptions. You miscounted the treasure trove memos. There are indeed 46 of them, as you suspected. Cool. Yep. I wish I'd have taken better screenshots right at the beginning. I love that there are 46. I had 47, but that's because I messed it up. Actually, yeah. I have no memo number 22. I can see it. There's no memo 22. It goes memo 21, memo 23. There you go. Parlor. False does not mean opposite. God damn it. Not this shit again. That's like your opinion, dude. If the statement the black and white boxes are empty is false, for example, that does not mean the black and white boxes are full. It would mean the black box is not empty, the white box is not empty, or both. Right, but that's less easy to wrap your head around. Vea is not another maid, but rather the paragon of Ash. A chimney sweep is a professional who uses a brush and is often associated with a top hat. This is about the angel. This is about the two maids, 4 and 5. That's funny. I had recently started calling her the Duster because that's the way to tell her apart. She's a chimney sweep. That makes sense. That makes sense, especially in the, like, world of this land. Like, I know chimney sweeps actually existed, but, like, that's very far from my world right now. It's very Arendian to think of chimney sweeps. Exactly. Okay. Rumpus Room. In episode 34, you lost a run that didn't get saved. This resulted in getting an Alzara vision repeated the next time, saved you from the consequences of making coat check rare. I did not remember the coat check thing, but I did absolutely figure out that that 2 of my visions were the same vision. Because my power shut off in the middle of a save, in the middle of a run, which meant that it never actually saved that run, meaning I had to redo the day, meaning the Alzara vision that I got did not actually happen. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, more fun stuff. What is this? A variant Sudoku puzzle with rules based on blueprints created by John Bob for the Discord spoiler chat. What is this? A Wordle-inspired blueprints guessing game? What the fuck? All right, let me figure this out. Oh boy, let me do Wordle first because that's probably easier for me. This is beautiful. What the hell? The Sudoku is so good. Wait, should I do the Sudoku or the Wordle first? I guess it doesn't matter. I'll probably do both. What the actual fuck? Do the Wordle? Wordle is the thing I'm more comfortable with. They're both good. The Wordle's fast. Okay, we'll do the Wordle first. Look at this. Blueprintle. Oh my god, I was hearing noises from the corner of my room and I could not figure out what they were. Kingsley is sleeping in the corner of the room and he's dreaming. Hey. Wake up. Hi. I thought I was being broken in on. Okay. Blueprintle. We have mode select, settings, open only in the event of introduction. How to play. Each day, a floor plan is selected randomly. Your goal is to find it by guessing other floor plans and comparing their stats. This is such a good idea. Your guess counter is on the top left. Try aiming for as few guesses as possible. The stats being compared are cost in gyms, type, as in room color subtype, rarity, entrances. Rarity is going to be a problem for me. Once you guess a floor plan, each of these stats will be shown in different colors to tell you if it's a match, close, or far off. For the cost, rarity, and entrances, close means one off. Type works differently than that. Okay? The type stat compares the list of types as a whole, not individual types. It has two fields. Absent is there is a type in the correct room that isn't present in the correct room. Sorry, has a type that isn't present in the correct room's type. For example, if the correct type is storeroom, which is blueprint and dead end, there are no types in common, so the answer is gray if you guessed weight room. If you guessed spare room, dead end is absent, but it is a blueprint, so you get a yellow. If you guessed tool shed, both are correct, but there is an extra thing called outer room, meaning it is still yellow. Blueprint is absent from terrace, but it has dead end. Green room is excess. Okay. So it will tell you absence or excess. Or excess. Okay. I think I understand that. I think so. Who made this? This is John Bob. No, this is not John Bob. I'm so sorry. I thought John Bob made this. I was like, my God. So this is not by John Bob. John Bob is pointing my attention towards it. Okay, cool. I was like, my God. You guys all are too talented to be spending time with me if you made this. That's kind of how I feel already based on the amount of websites. We had 2 websites made for today's stream. 2 of them. John Bob made the Sudoku. Upgrades, people, and upgrades. Upgrade, people, upgrades. Okay, in addition to the normal 110 floor plans, included are some of the upgraded rooms if they change the stats of the floor plan. Nook +1 is unupgraded. Reading Nook had the drafting type added, so it's included. But Breakfast Nook, no changes were made. Okay. All right, let's try it. Oh, God. I'm nervous. We have to select a room. I think what we want to do is... Okay, I have a thought. If we pick a room that has 3 entrances and is blue, that will tell us that we are that it will rule out rooms that have 1 entrance if it is correct. If it's green or yellow, it will rule out rooms that have 1 entrance. If we pick blue, then that tells us that it's the most common type. So I kind of feel like entrance hall might be the right call here, honestly. It has 0 cost, and that is correct. Type, there is something absent and something excess. Meaning... Oh, shit. Entrance hall has no rarity. Oh, no. This is bad. Entrance hall has no rarity, meaning I didn't actually guess anything in terms of rarity. It also technically has 4 entrances and not 3. So what do we know? We know that it has no cost. I want to test. I can't test permanent. I think I need to guess. I could test it by foundation, but I think I need to guess something that has 1 entrance. Because if it has 1 entrance and it's green, it'll have 1. If it's yellow, it'll have 2. If it's neither of those, it will be 3. Never mind. It can't be 3 because we guessed 4 and it's not even close. So I think we need to guess 1 or 2. I think we guess a 1. Let's guess spare room. Correct entrances, correct rarity, commonplace, correct cost. Absent and excess is still fucking me up a little bit here, but type absent. So I think that means we are... Does that mean that I am missing a label? Absent and excess fucks me up a little bit. Okay, I'm missing one label. I don't think... Or maybe more than one label. I don't know. I don't have any excess labels is what the other half of this means, right? By the way, we still have the game open. I just remembered. I just remembered we absolutely still have the game open. Okay. So I need a 2 entrance blue room that is not permanent. Not that that matters. That has no cost. I can scroll using scroll wheel. Do I want to test and see? There are 2 puzzle rooms, break room and billiard room, and actually 3 if you include gallery, 4 if you include room 8. So I probably want to try one of those to see if it is a puzzle room. I also probably want to try an upgraded version of those to see if it is upgraded. So let me see if I can find an upgraded, like, break room or something. I can't find an upgraded break room. Okay. Because it doesn't actually change the ability of the room, I think. Let's go billiard room. There's actually 5 puzzle rooms because parlor is also... Is it puzzle? I got it. Holy shit. Let's go. It's rough if it's a puzzle room because their stats are identical. I got lucky there because I guessed lucky on the correct floor plan, but on the correct puzzle room, but nice. Let's go. Cool. All right, let's play the Sudoku. So, Within a Timely Manner by John Bob. Normal Sudoku rules apply. The rooms of the manor are initially hidden, except for the entrance hall and antechamber. When a correct digit is placed in a room, the adjacent rooms will be drafted. Do not guess. All digits can be deduced logically. Each room in the manor has a color with its own rule. Blue is standard, no special rules. Yellow rooms are expensive. Digits in yellow cells are larger than all of their orthogonal neighbors. Front seat question, can I get an explanation on what orthogonal means? Someone mind dropping the link. I got you. Shit, I clicked off the thing. Orthogonal is like cardinal directions, not diagonals. Neighbors, but not diagonal. Okay. The rules are right here. I'm going to reread them. Okay, so yellow means it's larger than the cardinal directions. Green offers lush plant life with vines growing upwards. Digits in green cells are greater than the ones below them, but less than the one above them. I like this already. Purple, bedrooms are nice, quiet places to rest. They are low numbers, 1 to 3. Orange are convenient travel around the manor. Digits in orange cells are consecutive to each orthogonal number. Ooh, interesting. Probably both directions. Red are odd, presenting special challenges. Digits in red cell count the number of odd digits in the 8 surrounding cells. Count the number of odd digits in the 8 surrounding cells. Black. Black prints are rare. Reflect the ancient Arindian love of the game of chess. Digits in black cells may not repeat in any cell that can be reached by a chess move from the black cell. Okay. Amazing. To begin, place the sacred number 8 in the entrance hall location. So when you get a room correct, it tells you what the other ones are. Orange are consecutive to each orthogonal number. So I believe this must be 9, and I should test that right now. Okay, never mind. Let's go with yellow first. Yellow, maybe I needed to hit enter there, I'm not sure. Yellow are larger than all of the orthogonal neighbors. So this one actually has to be 9. Okay, I figured it out. I'm going to be lurking because I want to solve this myself. Sounds good. I'll give it a try, and if I can solve it somewhat quickly, awesome. If not, I will move back to the game. Bedrooms are low. This has no crazy rule here. This has to be 7, I think. Okay. Red is... count the number of odd digits in the 8 surrounding cells. So at least 1, but probably more. So. Purple has to be 1 through 3. Blue has no special rules. We know that this can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. This is where I reveal how bad my general Sudoku knowledge is. We don't want to guess at this one. Yellow, wait. Hold up. Yellow has to be larger than all their orthogonal neighbors. So all that tells us is that this one and this one have to be less than 9, which we already knew that it needed to be. This means this has to be 6. Yeah, okay. So green are greater than the ones below them. So this has to be 7. And this has to be 8. This is really cool, John Bob. Holy shit. 6, 7, by the way? Shut up, Luke. Chat, what do you guys got going on the rest of the day? What's the rest of your day look like? This is not where I thought we would end up on a Blueprint stream. We maybe have about 30 minutes left in stream. And I think this is the last thing on John Bob's website. So I'm gonna send hey VIP, hey like VIPs, the people who helped me organize this. I'm gonna send you guys a DM right now. We've reached the end of this website. There are a couple things on here that I have not actually clicked on. We didn't solve the solarium thing yet. We may still solve it today. I'm not sure. There are other admin keys, which is really interesting to me. But I think I'm actually probably going to click on this one in a second. I don't think that I can do this digging in bedroom 1. I just don't know that I'm going to have time. And then entrance hall, I'm going to leave this for now because I think I want to keep playing this one blind. John Bob says that I should go ahead and click this solarium one. Let me find it again. We don't know if this word has meaning. Okay. Cool. Okay, so with this in mind, I don't want spoiled on this entrance room thing, this entrance hall thing. I don't want spoiled on this bedroom thing. And I don't want spoiled on these admin keys. With those things in mind, I think it's time that we sort of open up the floodgates a little bit. Is there a factoid or a lore theory or a thing about blueprints that you have been sitting on that you would like to tell me about? If you can do so, especially in a respectful manner, you know, feel free to post about it in chat because I'd love... Lavatory is the best room in the game. You're wrong. Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much for announcing that. I'd love to hear. What do you... And frankly, I have some questions I'd maybe like to ask you guys because I do have a list of questions that I'm curious about that maybe we could visit. Do the paintings get taken out of the gallery as per the will? Did anyone not find room 46 in time to test? The will does say something about giving you a certain amount of time to solve it, right? Who do you think Clara Epson is? What a great way to phrase that question. Because now it makes me think everything that I think is wrong. What a good way to phrase that question. Because it's making me very stressed that I'm probably wrong. I think Clara Epson is Mary's mom. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Are you referring to this? Is there something tying it to Caitlyn JRE? Is that what you mean? Should we tell him where the 8th red letter is, winky face? Can I say what the rough draft gallery words, empty mother, etc. might refer to? Yes, please, Roadrunner. I would really like to learn that. I would really like to learn that. Someone wrote the Fixed Stars 2nd edition. This is indeed what I mean. Okay. Have we moved on from Sudoku? No, I'm still trying to solve it, but I'm asking questions as we go. Are you insinuating that Clara Epson is the baby? Is actually J.R.E. Epson or something? Or that Baroness Orave is J.R.E. Orave? That is the theory? Which one? Hold up. What's the theory? Yeah, absolutely, Blambert. That Clara wrote a very important letter to her daughter about families. Yeah, and it includes the word J.R.E. Mary's birth certificate is forged. We do have her birth certificate. When you say her birth certificate is forged, this is forged? Reread the tomb letter? Okay, hold up. This is an insane way to get this information. The sigil, the stamp? No, that's just super official looking. I know it looks like my 2-year-old wrote it with marker, but that is super official looking. Okay, so regarding the Arajan letter, I will return to it real quickly. There's a lot of things happening in chat right now, and I love this because this is very interesting. I prefer the theory that J.R.E. and Clara were friends and that Mary is adopted. So it sounds like there are 2 theories here. Clara dies, writes a letter to, or has a letter to Mary in some way, shape, or form, is passed along to Mary. That is my theory as of right now. To my child. You my day, you my night, you my world. Towards you I gift my house to the south. This is the dawn of your future with the lack of me, dawn of my future without you. I bid you heed my word. You royal child, or blank child. There was a lot of really interesting stuff in the comments about that on that YouTube video. House Sinclair without you. House Epson without you. Forget your dream to the north. Your name, J.R.E. Your future towards the south, away from Fen. Your dream, the dream of your father, I don't know. Your dream father away. Toward Raja, towards south, and a new future. There's a wiki interpretation of this letter. Would you like it? I would love it. The speculation that she is adopted makes some sense to me. But the thing, I don't want, okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I don't want to bring really hard, really aggressive, what's the word here? Forensics into question. But I'm just going to say it. I don't think that baby looks like Clara Epson. I think that's proof enough that I don't... I'm teasing mostly, but... I do remember looking at this photo and being like, I don't think that is anyone on this thing. Like, the mother is anyone on this thing. I don't know what the timeline is, though, right? Like, this is 24? Mary is born 58. So is the timeline that's Clara as the baby in that photo? And then that... But the letter is written to Mary, not to Clara. So I'm a little bit confused about this theory. Caitlin's mother has an unusual similar beauty mark on her. I don't know that they're unusually similar. They have two different beauty marks, one by the nose and one by the lip. The same beauty mark? That's one by the lip and one by the nose. The same beauty mark is a stretch. That is not the same beauty mark. I love that we are playing this game and looking at people's beauty marks to say, like, that's the same shit. That is not the same shit, though. I will say that. Tomb letter to newspaper to foyer. Sorry, hold up. Luke DM'd me the wiki's interpretation of this letter. My dear firstborn child, you are my day, you are my night, you are my whole world. To you I gift my southern house. Tomorrow is the dawn of a new future without me. Tomorrow I will leave you. But first, I bid you heed my words. You are a foreign child. You are not House Sinclair. You are not House Epson. Forget your dreams in the north. Your name is JRE. Your future is in the south away from Fen. Your dreams are not your father's. To Araja towards a new future in the south. Also, the original deed says ODD, Lake Acres of Land. Really? You were pretty spot on. Don't worry, Mona. I had so much help. That whole episode where I figured out the Arajan letter was mostly me being like, I think it's this. The Discord says it's something different. Shit. Goodbye, Chainbear. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you so much for everything. We're going to be here for a little bit because I got to keep talking through this stuff. And also, I want to solve this Sudoku. So let me just make sure I understand this idea correctly. One of the ideas is that Clara or Mary is adopted. Because the timeline is 1924. They post a photo of the JRE baby, right? Mary's birth certificate appears to be forged. I don't know that I buy that. It is weird that we have a secret birth certificate, though. Okay. The birth certificate is in a secret archival drawer. The fact that it's secret is interesting. That suggests something to hide. So I get the conclusion that you could look at it and be like, well, something is hidden or is wrong about this. Maybe it is the sigil or like the fact that it is not a real certificate of birth. That part I could understand. Maybe Lady Clara Epson is adopting a JRE baby that has been hidden away in the South for years and finally come back. That actually is starting to click a little bit. Bye, Sekhmet. Thank you so much for being here. Can we get some hearts in chat for Sekhmet and Chainbear, who are a huge part of making this lore stream happen? This front seat stream happen? I think she's just a secret descendant of the JREs. I mean, the line... Your name, JRE, is pretty damning. I like foreign child. Rural foreign. Sorry, royal foreign. That's interesting. You think Clara is Caitlyn JRE? Isn't that backwards? Sorry, hold up. Why have the... Why? Okay. Isn't it more likely that Clara adopts a baby from her friend? And that's why they need a birth certificate, not Clara is somebody she says she isn't? Or is somebody different than who she says she is? I think I think if I'm understanding this correctly, the theories are Clara is a secret JRE person, or Clara has a friend who has a daughter that Clara then adopts. The problem with the first one, with Clara being a secret JRE daughter, is that we have a family, like the Epsons are not people who we don't have a history for. I mean, we can't like prove that Clara Epson is her, you know, her mother's daughter. That's sort of, but like, sorry, is Lady Ashland's daughter. But like, there's a family tree here. Clara is from Eraja, sure. Meaning she would have access to a friend, right? Who is also Erajan, who is... Does the secret archive thing... Hold up, let me read it again. This is very interesting, though. Because the reason... Okay, so let's back up a little bit. Here's the thing that I find very interesting. The game seems to be signaling that there is a puzzle in the fact that this is hidden away. In the fact that this is hidden away. The fact that the knowledge that the birth of his daughter, the Princess Caitlin Je'Ari, is Erajan, is hidden away, is helpful to us if you put it alongside a birth certificate in deducing that something secret is happening here. We just don't know exactly what. Read what the thing says about surnames. Yeah, Erajan tradition passed the surname. What do you mean by that? Endowed with her mother's surnames. Lady Ashland, we don't know what her surname is last name becomes first name, right? Surname is last name. Yeah, so the rule is surname becomes last name. So Lady Ashland blank. Maybe Lady Ashland Clara becomes Clara Epson. But then we ignore the Erajan tradition and becomes... I don't know. I spent an ungodly amount of time trying to align newspaper clippings because of the weird indents. Hours of my life I'll never get back. The point either way is that Mary and therefore Simon are Erajan royalty either way. I think that you are onto something, and I don't feel comfortable saying... Does the community... Okay, here's my question. Does the community agree that that is utter fact, or does the community suspect that? Does the community... Does the wiki for Blueprints say Simon has Erajan blood? Or is Erajan royalty? Because I think we're kind of in the boat right now of being like... I think we're at the edges, right? I think we're at the edges of what the game is willing to take a stand on and what the game is willing to suggest. We know that Je'Ari is the name of the royals in the foyer, agreed. And your mother says you are Je'Ari. Well, yeah. Clara says to Mary, you are Je'Ari. But we don't know if that is because Clara is Je'Ari or if Mary's mother, who is Clara's best friend, who puts Mary up for adoption and sends her with Clara, is Je'Ari. Right? We know that Mary has Je'Ari blood. You are Je'Ari. That part we know. That means I'm on board with it meaning Erajan royalty. Absolutely. But we don't know that Clara... The problem I'm having here is that the Epsons have like a whole history, right? Like the Epsons have a... Isn't the other... Although I guess Lady Ashland marries into the Epsons. Anyways, there's that whole thing in History of Reddington that has the Epson... Yikes. The Epson... Featherfall Keep. Epson is her father's line. It's true. Not his wife, though. We do know very little about Lady Ashlyn. Do you think she's the baby? I guess she'd be, but okay, hold up. She can't be the baby because she'd have to be the mom. Pretty sure Clara is the baby. The timeline can't be that Lady Ashlyn is the baby. And if this is a photo of, which we don't know because it is actually clipped separately from this, maybe that's the problem, is that our media literacy is being tested. This is not one article. It's two separate things that have been clipped. We can assume that it's one article. This doesn't look like Lady Ashlyn to me. That's probably a nurse. I can't tell which one of you guys are joking and which one of you aren't. Somebody said definitely the same person sticking tongue out. That is probably a nurse. Maybe that's the grandmother. I'm not joking. I don't think it is likely that that is a nurse. I don't find that likely, but I guess it is possible, and we should probably leave it open to possibility. I think that's possible. I think everything about what she was wearing and her hair screamed, I'm a rich royal person. But maybe. I don't know. Okay, this is all very interesting. Okay, I have a number of questions for you, and it's 3:51 p.m., so I have to ask them. But I'm very happy that we got to the potential that Simon is of JRE blood, because that is obviously, that has huge implications for like the lore of the game. Here's my first question for you. How do you translate the seal in the inner sanctum? Oven Navari? Towards the north and a new future? Towards the north and a new future? Am I missing anything there? Why the north in the inner sanctum? Why does it say Oven Navari? Why in Herbert Sinclair's basement does it say towards the north and a new future? Front seat, this is front seat questions, by the way. You think north could mean room 46? I never thought about that at all. So that's interesting. Green tells us up and down. But it could be north from Iraja. I was thinking towards Arch, but from Iraja. What was the question? How do you interpret the inner sanctum's Ovin Navari? Why is that on the floor there? Nev doesn't mean north. It means new, the start of. But Ovin towards the north. And then this and new future. Are the Sinclairs descended from Arch Ares' desolate son? Arch Ares' desolate son? I think it has a lot to do with the reverence for the in eclipse. Okay, that brings me to my next question. What is the reverence with the in eclipse about? That actually wasn't my next question, but why is the in eclipse so important here? I'm satisfied with north equaling room 46 as an answer. It's the name of the ball that Clara and Simon dance at. Duh. Don't duh me. Why are they dancing at a ball called In Eclipse? And not Is Eclipse. If there's two kinds of eclipses, why are we focused on In Eclipse? Because In Eclipse is definitely more focused on in the world of the game, and I don't know why. I have to tell myself that you guys are releasing 172 episodes worth of pent-up frustration, and that your duh is probably not personal. There's a meta spoiler if you're okay with it. Absolutely. At this point, absolutely. Cat, does the note in the clock tower still unsolved? Don't worry. I'm going to ask about that one too. There's evidence of cut content regarding the in eclipse. Interesting. Cut content regarding the in eclipse. Okay. John, I am going to do your Sudoku, but I'm probably going to do it offline because I am getting so distracted by this conversation in chat and I want to actually puzzle it through and do it in my own time. So I am really sorry, but I am going to do it in my own time. I think you have an excellent Sudoku here. I like the rules. It feels like a Morajai puzzle box. I'm going to do it. I'm just not going to do it right now because I need to focus on the conversation. My guess is that the in eclipse is related to religion. Something found in the files. Tonda was planning for an in-game eclipse. Okay. Why do you guys think H.S. Sinclair was taking selfies in the lavatory? That's a joke question. Next question. What does Simon's family crest mean? He was taking them for Grindr. I love that interpretation. Simon's family crest. It's just a combination of his father and mother's. Do we try to bring this back to the whole conversation about... Is the crest question to us? Yes, sorry. These are all front seat questions. These are all front seat. Great, great. Look at all 4 crests and all 4 words. Okay? They are all in my room 46 here. Epson has Swan and Spades. Jones has Swan and Spades. Holly Berry. The weird, I think, other thing. My mom has, you know, Holly Berry plus Epson. I mean, I get that it's like passing, just like who your parents are. You take that, you divide it in half, you do it. But like, but what is the I just thought there was a puzzle with these. I really thought there was a puzzle, especially with this one, and there not being my mom's statue. Where do you think my mom's statue went? Where did my mom's bust go? It's in the house? Am I forgetting something? Statues are for dead people? The empty words from the atelier are... But no, hold up. Don't do this shit to me. Because the atelier was built 50 years ago. The empty words for the atelier are empty mother. There's another one, but I don't remember. Empty mother what? That was 50 years ago. The atelier was built 50 years ago. That can't be related to this. I have a statue. I'm 14, 12. What's the other? Oneself. Empty mother, oneself. Swan song. So, to me, this suggests that there had to have been a statue and then it is gone. Because you don't build the crest without the statue. Somebody said it's in the house. Is that true, or is that, did you mean like there's a reference to this inside of the atelier? There's not an actual bust. Okay, so we haven't actually found the bust, right? I just kept thinking we're gonna find the bust somewhere. We're gonna find the statue somewhere. Just a nod to the fact that you're looking for Mary and she's not there. It's an excellent thematic nod. From a writing perspective, it's excellent. She's the mystery. She's the question mark. The whole game hinges on the fact that your mother's gone. The theory is that it's in foyer. Why is it Marigold and not Epson or Jones? Marigold is her pen name, isn't it? That's a great point. Wait, but her... Hold up. What's her birth certificate say? Jones, right? Matthew Epson. Mary Matthew Epson. Why does it say Marigold? That's an interesting thought. I mean, it would be confusing if it said Epson, because it could be for multiple people. I think the reason is probably it says Marigold because Tonda Ross needed us to know that it was our missing mother and not someone else. Lots of authors have pen names, though. Yeah, but I don't think they normally get them on, like, their tombstones. I don't know, maybe, but... A family that respects chosen names? Okay, now we're talking about something fictional. I love that. That's a great line. Family that respects a chosen name? Now I know we're in the world of fiction. Okay, let me keep going through my questions because I got more. Why did the globes spin? Is there anything to do with the globes spinning? I really hoped there was something spinning in the globe. Why did the globes spin? To make you paranoid? It fucking worked. To drive me crazy. What about the bird baths? Same thing? You're just going to look around at them and you're going to start to think, is there a puzzle here? The bird baths have a purpose? If you're joking with me, Luke, you have been a very big help in this stream so far. I will send you to the Shadow Realm, aka ban you. Time you out for a couple minutes. By the way, it should go without saying, we're at 4 hours into a stream for front seating. The joke possibilities, the joke answers to these questions, I know that they're there. But this is not me being like, hey, can you tell me a funny joke about the answer to this question? This is me begging, on my knees begging you. I've spent 170 hours trying to solve the answer to this question, and I don't know what it is. Please help me. Please only give me actual answers to these questions if you know them. If you don't know them, just say, I don't know. You're totally good, Mona. There's an experiment that can fill bird baths with dig spots, and it can expand to all of the bird baths in the game. Are you serious? Are you joking? Are you serious? He's messing with you. God fucking damn it. Okay, it's real? I'm so confused. And I don't like that. So let's please keep it to real answers. Spread dirt experiment can put them in bird baths. Wow. Okay. I don't know that that's a very satisfying answer, but I'll accept it as an answer. I have another question. Who is... what do we know about Pharaoh? F-A-R-R-O. What do we know about Pharaoh? This is throne room letter. Is that right? Throne room. And then it's mentioned underground as well. Where's that letter? Is it it's not throne room, it's oh my god. Closed exhibit. Thank you. Closed exhibit letter? Here. So he's one of the people who goes with them on the attack, right? On the like the heist. One of the burglars. But he writes with a he helped with the thievery, there's not much else known. A member of Children of Blackwater. He says, "Dear children." Could be a code name for one of the ones that we do know. It's just one of the co-conspirators. You know exceptionally little about him. You have all the info. Okay, cool. All right, well, there wasn't more there. Just a co-conspirator. Okay. How much do we know about what is the clock tower note mean? Can someone what am I missing anything here? Is I guess the question I'm asking. Am I missing anything here? Southward I see a swan, ashen like sands of the shore, carried by westwardly winds, rogue like the moon of the north. Eastward I see a crow, darker the days coming forth. I don't think we know other than a clue to sacred hour because of sacred. Yeah. Snowflow says, I thought it was pointing towards the second secret garden lever with the weather vane. Why dark are the days coming forth? Why forth? Because if it's not the fourth looked north or he fourth looked north, then why is fourth spelled that way? Because that feels like a clue. Southward I see a swan. Is that Mary in Iraja? It made me think about the countries. Also, why is this game obsessed with the sands? It's always talking about the sands. It's in one of the, it's here. It's in one of the letters by Pharaoh, I think. I think it must be like, it must be like Children of Blackwater, like religious speech. Because it's in one of Alzara's things. Alzara's visions mention sand. It's mentioned right there. And then it is mentioned, I think, in the thing we just looked at, closed exhibit note. May the black shores guide us, make the black skies shield us. Nope, never mind. Just shores. No sands, just shores. The spelling mistakes are not usually mistakes, but they've already fixed one of those in a different puzzle, so why didn't they fix this one? Every room in the house has a letter associated with it. I think the letter for Clock Tower is U, based on this letter. What? I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. Each room in the house has a letter associated with it? Like pantry has a typo with coffee. Missing letters are littered throughout the house. Keyboard for sure. I do think we are straying into that. I'm at least relieved. In a way, I am relieved to find that no one knows the things that I also don't know. Because it is not at all surprising to me. I did not get to the end of the game and think, I'm going to have a lot of questions. And Chad is going to know the answer to every single one of them. Because this is not the kind of game where there is an answer to every single question. One of the things that I love about Blueprints, and probably one of the things that you love about Blueprints, is that there is a lack of, like, everything is solved. Some stuff is meant to look like a puzzle, meant to make you a little paranoid. And if all that accomplishes is it puts you in the type of mindset that can solve other puzzles because you think that everything is a puzzle, that's still a win, right? That's still a big thing. There's always a letter missing. There's still secrets not found. How do you know there are secrets not found? I do have to push back on that idea. How do you know that there are secrets not found? To me, it seems like the easiest way to confirm that there is a secret not found is to find a secret, but we can't do that because it's kind of like Brennan Lee Mulligan at the beginning of Game Changer. I can't confirm to you that I haven't seen the prompts because I would have to see them to confirm that, and I haven't seen them. Does that make sense? We know there are things in the game which aren't finished. People have found that much. What do you mean? Tell me. What does that mean? Like, actually, what does that mean? How do you know that there is stuff that is not finished? That is not finished? Oh, do you mean not finished by Tonda Ross? Or not solved by us? They look in the game files. God damn people hacking computers in the game files. God damn it. Interesting. Not finished by Tonda Ross. Okay. Okay. Tonda Ross has simply said that he will always say there is more to be found, no matter what is the actual case. That makes sense to me. I mean, if you're making a puzzle game whose entire vibe is there must be more to be found, then that would be your answer. Okay, I have more questions. Actually, I've solved a couple of these. Why is the 8th angel hidden in the chapel? Draxus? Why is Draxus not inside of the chapel? That's question number 1. Front seat question. Nobody knows? Question number 2. How does the luck mechanic that Cloister can play with work? Is your luck across one day, or is your luck across the save file? One day or save file? The luck mechanic that you can play with. Does that make sense? It's one day? Okay, that's good to know. Single day stat. Damn. Can you rotate throne room, or can you not rotate throne room? Front seat question. You cannot rotate throne room. That was my assumption because I tried to use... my question actually says, why can't you rotate throne room? Because I tried to use Dovecoat on it and it didn't work. Why? Because you always enter throne room facing the throne? Because of the cutscene. Oh, damn. That's a good video game answer to the question. And I was like, but I liked it as a lore question, as a lore solution. You have to enter facing the throne. That sounds so metal. It's like you can't turn your back on the throne, you know? That sounds so that sounds so Game of Thrones. You can't turn your back on the throne. I thought it was very metal. But it's because of the cutscene. Okay. That's a good answer, though. Because that's a really solid, you couldn't have it any other way. It wouldn't make sense. Are there any blue memos that I have misunderstood? Probably. The drawing room one? Sorry, Luke, what am I looking at here? The note you have open maybe relates to this. Southward, I see a swan. Swan meaning... Ah... Hold up. Let me check my map real quick. That means, other than Bullseye, I figured that one out eventually. Yeah. You wouldn't see Morajai to the south because it's up north. Iraja is the hourglass. So you don't see a swan to the south. So I don't know that that makes sense. Okay, Mona says I misunderstood the drawing room treasure trove. Months are slightly longer than days. Yeah, I have misunderstood this. I have the answer? Yes, please. It has to do with gates. Drawing room says that days are slightly smaller than months or something like that. It's referencing the gates in the painting to solve the safe combination. The drawing room made me very angry. That makes more sense than me being like, yeah, months are approximately 30 times as long. Yeah, no, that does make sense. That is longer than... It's just related to the safe puzzle. Okay. Okay. I'm going through my notes. You guys have answered a good amount of them today. What does the observatory memo mean? Was one of my notes. The observatory memo says Vea is the paragon of ash, Vea the angel. I know now that this is not a maid and a cleaner. It is a chimney sweep. Is there anything I'm missing here? I just found this a weird note. But it's probably just lore. It's probably just like world building lore. It's helping you name the angels. It is helping you name the angels. Because it's if you have planetarium, you could figure it out. I understand. Okay. Just helps you name the angels. Okay, here's a big one. I have two questions left. One of them, and probably more, but that's probably about what I have time for today anyways. So, one of them is pretty big, and the other two relate to these. Tended Rosevine is just West Spring Secret Passage, I think, right? Like, but one of my questions is, what do a hidden hue and these vying plans mean? I think this whole page is just basically to get you to take Secret Passage and access the Atelier. But there's so much other stuff here. What does Rosewary mean? What do thorns and roses mean in this situation? Of course, there's the tended rosevine equals does it never end. But, like, why roses? Why? I guess the one part of this that I don't understand, or maybe I did, but now I've forgotten it, is 18. Why sum of 18? Hidden hue does equal hidden house. That part checks out. Hue equals house in Erajan. Pretty dope. Five plus 6 plus 7. 6, 7, by the way. Meaning 5 plus 6 plus 7 meaning what? The number of rooms you pass through in the false paths. Three colors to count, and it's the amount of rooms that you pass through. I guess this does matter if you if you acknowledge the thing that I did not understand, which is that each of those rooms has a Morajai box with that color in it. So you are kind of counting as you go. I was like, there's way more lanterns than that. There's way more other shit. It doesn't make sense as, like, you count the rooms that you pass through instead of counting the lanterns or the junctions or the... I think there is a cipher discovered from the Atelier letters and the words from each room. We talked a little bit about that earlier. The, like, empty mother, oneself, swan song. Which comes back to my next question. Cheese Blargy says there is a compass rose in the room where all the wrong paths converge. Really? Okay, am I missing anything on this? I left vault. I'm gonna click these because we're out of time. It's 4:20 and I need to leave in like a couple minutes. So I'm not gonna click the entrance hall one. The bedroom. Oh, I want to do it, but I don't think I have time. I think this has to be the end. Let's click the vault one. There are other admin keys. Some admin keys are based on pseudonyms. While planning the heist, the conspirators needed to know how to use the pumper, and they also needed paperwork to cross the border. So help me walk through this. There are other admin keys to find. Some based on pseudonyms. Are we talking like Mara M or something like that? These are hints for where to find those pseudonyms. Pump room is uncertain. Passports, I said earlier. Okay, so passports make sense. Sorry, my brain is a little fried because we've been going for 4 hours. I think at this point, I'm asking for the keys to the kingdom in terms of this question. The other admin keys are based on passports. What do those other admin keys get you? So the passports are in vault. We've got like Rib J. They get you lore. It's worth doing. Okay, if it's worth doing, I'll stop. If it's worth doing, I'll stop. And I guess I'll film an extra video. Damn. I guess there's an extra video. Okay. I'll do that, and then I'll try to do this. I don't know if I can do this bedroom thing, but I'll try. This is its own video. I'm going to do the 1-day challenge. Final question. I think this is fine then. I think this is a final question. Have we missed anything? The only question I have for you guys is this. What does Swan Song mean? What does Swan Song... Apparently it is an acronym. I know what Swan Song as a word means, but apparently is an acronym. According to one of the blue memos, I think it's garage. Nobody knows yet? Damn. There are theories? There are theories. Well, sure, I've got theories. It means so widowy. The person has a they can't pronounce L, so it's actually an L literally, but they can't pronounce it, so it's W. Widowy. No shit. No gold. I don't know. There's theories. Interesting. There's theories and nobody knows. Wow. Southwest, north, south, north, gone. So why not say new game plus? It's a hint towards a future DLC. I would kill for a DLC. I thought it was a hint to the security monitors. The security monitor... Wait, what do you mean? Because the security monitors are spelled differently and have HSS at the end, right? Swan Song are these 6 non-scratched out monitors. Oh. I understand, on the security monitors. Not the password, but the monitors. Hi, Raymond. I love that we're going to end this stream the same way we ended 172 hours. Full of questions. Tired from my efforts. A little confused about what is or isn't the truth. And very, very content with the process that got me here. Oh, does it never end? What a game. This is it? This is it. That's all she wrote. What a journey. Oh, man. What a game. Thanks for over a year of joy. Thanks for tagging along for it, John. Thanks for coming along for the ride. Well, I think this is the end. Just realized I had my death counter on. Whoops. I've died 557 times in Blueprints. But John Bob said the same thing. Oh boy. I feel like I need to just say a couple words really quickly at the end, even though there will be more episodes, but I have a sneaking suspicion that if you're like me and you're here right now, one, you're one of our moderators and you're forced to be here. Thank you, Carly, Evo, Tony. I appreciate you all. Or two, you just have this little like part of your brain, or maybe it's your heart or your body or your soul or something, this little section of your person that got interested in this game and then just never let go. That like grabbed it and then never let go. That's how I feel, at least. It's like kind of approaching time to let go a little bit, and that makes me very sad. I have spent all this time like picking up parts of the game and trying to carry them with me, and I've certainly dropped parts. I've certainly like forgotten things and misunderstood things and gotten things pure wrong. But I've also loved circling back around and mostly wondering whether that thing that might be a clue is a clue. Hi, Hero. I know. You're upset because it's way past when stream normally ends. You're right about that. And I will be off here in just a second. But Hero, you don't understand. I mean, I'm emo about a video game. Do you know what a video game is? I don't really have any thoughts about like what's next. I don't think we're gonna play anything that replaces this because I don't know that you can. I don't know that I'm gonna try and like scratch the same itch because I think anything that I tried to do that would just suffer by comparison. I will keep playing puzzle games. I will be keeping my eyes peeled for Blueprints, and there'll be at least a couple more episodes at some point. I don't know when. Probably soon. But I don't know that any of that really matters right now, what the future holds. I just want to look at the past year and 3 months and just say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This game blew my mind. The community's reaction to it, the fact that a year and 3 months later we can have a stream where we passionately discussed all of the many things that I did not understand after spending all of my time trying to figure it out. This game has an amazing community, the greatest community, and I'm so thankful that some part of it has hung out with us, and we've made our own little corner of that. Thank you for the blueprint, the Discord love. Thank you for the help. Thank you for the encouragement. The 14 different times during this playthrough where you said, Ryan, keep going. Ryan, I'd still watch it if you wanted to keep banging your head against the wall. Thanks for the encouragement. I feel like this game has taught me so much, and I've learned so much, just like mostly about persistence and a little bit about curiosity and a little bit about the stupid way my brain works. And I don't know. Thank you. I'm sad. Are you sad? Can we get a final shout out for everyone who helped prep content for today's stream? Major shout outs to Luke SRW, John Bob, thank you so much. Sekhmet for the whole pitch deck. Chain Bear for so much work. Mona for so much work. Thank you to all the Discord for your help. Oh boy. I think there's only one way to go out of today. I think there's only one way to do it. I have 67 steps left. I could go back to my tent and fall asleep. I could go find lavatory. Or I could do things the way we used to. Just a little left and right. Just a little left and right. Watching the steps drain by. It doesn't count if it's not in chapel. You got to do the shimmy. Just a little shimmy. All right, well, I'll see you guys soon. Thanks so much. I appreciate you. Much love. Bye. See ya. When you're feeling down, you earned or evades esteem. Blows me away thinking about how few people in the world will truly know the game to this level when you get to this point. I kept being so scared you'd end the day outside a break room and not get the card. Mona says, I'm sorry for misleading you about the amount of episodes you had left at the start of the year. In my defense, I was correct about the amount of episodes it would take for you to get ascend it. I just didn't want to spoil it. You don't owe me any apologies. You guys have been the best part of this playthrough in terms of the help. Okay. It's 4:30. I got to go get my daughter from daycare. I got to go let my dogs pee. I got to go do things that aren't blueprints. Thanks so much for the journey. I'll post this video to YouTube tomorrow in case you missed any part of it. If you're new here, thank you so much for the follows. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the support on the actual stream. No stream tomorrow, I think, most likely, because I'm going to be doing other things. It's a jam-packed day, but I will stream on Thursday. Probably Silk Song. So, until then, have a great rest of your day. Bye, Carly. Bye, Evo.